Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the delay in starting. Welcome for the Development Management Committee of the 10th of April. Just to some housekeeping before we start, I'd like to welcome everybody and members of the public and those speaking here today. In case of a fire alarm, and we're not expecting a drill, exit the doors and the building and make your way to the far end of the car park. For those who need them, toilets are outside the door on the left, water is available outside the door on the right. Remind everybody that this is a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to obviously listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, you're not able to take part and speak. A reminder, we are live webcasting today, so can I please remind members and those in the audience to please switch off their telephones, mobile phones, so that we don't have any noise during the meeting. Can I also remind those who are speaking today, members of the public addressing us today, to use the microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking. In terms of the presentations today in order, the case officer will present their report, any objector will speak, any supporter will speak, the parish council representative, town or parish council representative will speak, ward member or members will then speak. Members of the committee will be able to ask questions of each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate on each application, the members will vote and come to a decision. Firstly, I would like to ask the officers at the top table to introduce themselves. Firstly, I'll do myself. Councillor Mark Long, I am chairman of this committee.
Thank you, Chair. Amelia Bolter, Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee.
I'm Bernard Taylor, member for Charterlands and a member of this committee.
Good morning, Pat Weimer. I'm Head of Development Management for South Hams.
Morning, and I'm Bryn Kitching. I'm the Planning Officer for the first item on the agenda.
Can I now ask for any apologies for today's meeting?
Thank you, Chair. We received apologies from Councillor Panel with no substitute. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to item 1 of the agenda, the minutes of the last meeting on the 13th of March 24. Can I ask the committee whether they agree these? Councillor Hodgson.
Shouldn't we be inviting declarations of an interest, because I have to declare an interest?
That will be the next.
Oh, sorry.
Can I have, is the committee in acceptance of, and I see proposer seconder, can I have acceptance please of those minutes? Thank you. All those in favour, thank you. There are no items of chair's business. Division of the agenda. There was originally a part 2 which we would have had to exclude the press and public, but that will not be coming forward to us today because the report has not been prepared. That will come to us at our next committee. So there is no division of the agenda today. Members, declarations of interest.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure if I actually have to declare this, but I think it's appropriate to. In a personal capacity only, and only as a mutual friend of a friend, I know Mr. Neil McTaggart, who's down to be the objector on the second item at Steve McKee. He's just a resident in the town.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other declarations of interest? Councillor Allen.
Along the same lines as Councillor Hodgson with Mr. McTaggart.
Thank you. I will declare an interest here. It's a sort of a difficult, not a difficult one, it's a sort of strange one in the fact that the agent for the owner of the property of the first application is in fact a tree warden in his parish, and I am chairman of the Tree Warden Network. So that's my declaration, the fact that I know, although he's not speaking, but I thought I'd make it clear. We have had a list of speakers circulated for each of the applications, and members have that before them. We now move on to item 6, the planning applications. And the first application of the day is 038423 OPA, land at Modbury. The case officer is Mr. Kitchen, and the recommendation for this is refusal. Mr. Kitchen, if I can hand over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Just before I start with my presentation, I've got a couple of updates and a couple of introductions to make for the purposes of the application. So with me today is we have Alex Rehag, who is the Affordable Housing Specialist for the Council. We have Lionel Shelley of William Lean, who carried out the viability review for the Council. And we have Richard Jackson of the Devon County Council Highways. And they're all sat in the corner there. I thought to introduce them now in case there are questions which relate to their specialist subjects, and we can bring them in later if necessary. I also have a couple of updates since the report was written. I think members have probably all received a briefing note from Baker Estates late last, I think on Friday last week. A copy of that has been sent to me, and I've placed that on the application file as well, so that is in the public domain. I've also received an email from the residents and business at Copper's Corner, which is at the on the corner where the Drove, from the members of the site that on the site visit will remember the Drove where it comes out. There's a property there. They've written in made further comments saying how they believe people will use the Drove. Residents of the development would use the Drove, which would not have any upgrades or any pavement at the point where it comes out onto the road, and they object further on that point. I've also been received a further plan showing off-site highway works. I will show that to you as part of my presentation. But yesterday, the applicant sent in further details showing off-site highway works with a plan for sort of discussion purposes, showing a alternative location for the westbound bus stop. I will show that to members in a moment. It's not formally amending the application, but I think they were hearing what members' questions, and I've put forward, here's a potential alternative if members were minded to approve, but were concerned about the sole issue of the bus stop. But I'll come on to that in a moment. So there are my updates and introductions. And into the main presentation itself. It was subject to a member site visit on Monday, and we have an outline application. So an outline with all matters reserved other than access. So we've been asked to determine the access point to the site for demolition of the existing buildings and a residential bungalow, and redevelopment of up to 40 dwellings on an allocated site at Penn Park, Modbury. Aerial photograph of Modbury itself. The site is comprises sort of two parcels of land, which we saw at the site visit. One containing buildings and agricultural buildings and bungalow, and the other one being paddock. It is in this location here. I'm just showing you this as a context to where it is in relation to the whole of Modbury. Zooming in a bit further, this is our application site here, and I've roughly outlined in red to correspond with the red line, submitted red line with the application. This is the submitted site location plan. So this identifies those two fields, the central sort of access point, which runs up towards two barns which are outside of the site, the Drover's Way, which is sort of outside of the site, and electricity substation again to the north of the site. What you can just see on this plan here is some of the development at Palm Cross that actually extends into this area here. I think actually it is, yes, it is shown on the aerial photograph here. So that's the sort of recently completed Palm Cross development. As I said, the site is allocated in the joint local plan. It's under policy TTV 24, which is the allocations of the smaller towns and key villages, allocated for housing of estimation of around 40 homes, and there are 2 identified policy considerations, which are in addition to all the other local plan considerations, being about sensitive and high quality design, which conserves and enhances the heritage assets, that being the conservation area to the east, and there are some heritage assets about a mile to the west on the site, and also requiring a landscaping design to be guided by landscape assessment. The application does include a landscape assessment, but clearly from both of those you'll see they are all really matters which are more directed at reserved matters rather than the principles of development, which obviously the allocation sets out here, allocating the site for residential, and obviously the outline application is seeking to gain a consent for that principle and the detailed access. As part of the development plan, we have Modbury Neighbourhood Plan. So this is a made plan. I believe it was adopted in March last year. So about a year old, but that does form part of the development plan. That reiterates the allocations from the joint local plan, sets a settlement boundary as well, which includes the allocation. So this is the site here, one marked Penn Parks. Also includes the Palm Cross site there. So it is allocated in both the joint local plan and the neighbourhood plan. And some other plans just in the neighbourhood plan, again, to give you some sort of context of where the community facilities are, because these relate to some of the access issues. Map 6A from the neighbourhood plan is the community facilities. Our application site is here. You see the location of the primary school, Memorial Hall, church. We've got doctor's surgery down in the town, and then we've got the playing fields to the north here, and another plan showing the open space community facilities. So this is showing allotments, play spaces, public open space. So again, our application site is here, and you can see how that relates to the church and cemetery allotments, playing fields to the north here. Submitted with the application, this is a sort of site constraints plan showing some of the things which need to be sort of dealt with on the site, and this is one of the plans I handed out at the members' site visit, showing things like hedgerows, important hedgerows on the edges, showing the point of access into the site, showing potential pedestrian routes, so the pedestrian route we walked as part of the site visit and those off-site highway works, also showing the sort of Drovers Way, which is outside the application site, is outside of the application in fact, but it is there. That's the unregistered land which forms a track almost from the farm through to Copper's Corner. And I'm now showing you the submitted parameters plan. So this is a plan which is the applicants are seeking consent for. So it's an outline application, but a parameter plan can often be used in outline applications to identify sort of areas of concern or place parameters and limits on how development might take place. This is showing sort of new and existing hedgerows have been sort of existing hedgerows retained and beefed up and new ones planted. It's showing potential location of surface water attenuation in terms of a pond attenuation, above ground attenuation, and also below ground attenuation in crates. Also showing how it's proposed to, in the western part of the site, to be a slightly lower density, slightly lower in height, so more use of bungalows and chalet bungalows, whereas in the eastern part of the site, potentially moving up to 2 stories or more, and that's been dictated by the landscape assessments carried out by both the applicant and ourselves as officers. This plan is also showing the proposed walking routes, which again we dealt with on the site visit, and how those link through to the wider town. Indicative layout. So often with outline applications, we do ask for indicative plans to show how that might work, how you might be able to fit 40 dwellings on the site, the open space, the routes through, etc., the landscaping. So this, I'm showing this as an indicative layout, which shows 40 dwellings, sort of 2 areas of open space. It's showing potential locations for water attenuation on the site, and just gives an idea of what that might look like. But obviously, it's not a layout you're being asked to determine. It's there to demonstrate how that level of up to 40 dwellings could be accommodated on the site. And with that, there were some questions at the site visit about how that might work with the slopes. So these are the indicative sections which was contained within the design and access statement. So I've put them in, but it is indicative. But for example, section A here running through the western part of the site shows existing agricultural barns, single story development going down to the site boundary, and then a similar section B, but with a 2-story development in relation to the existing barns. And on the eastern portion of the site, a similar section to show how that would run down towards the road here. Obviously, the site is quite a bit higher than the road, and then a section through between dwellings and the employment site to the east. There's also some questions at the member site visit about attenuation. As I said at the time, we have a flood risk assessment with indicative drainage strategy. So this is based on the indicative layout, showing how surface water could be managed on site. And what that is showing is a potential for a attenuation basin with a storage volume of 282 cubic meters, and a underground attenuation tank with storage capacity of 383 cubic meters. So surface water which falls on rain which falls on hard surfaces such as roofs and driveways would be directed to these 2 attenuation features before being released into the wider drainage network via a culvert here shown in black at a rate of 4.4 litres per second. So that deals with the 1 in 100 year or 1 in 100 chance flood event, plus 50 year for climate change, and plus an additional, I think 10% because it's in a critical drainage area. So that demonstrates how surface water could be dealt with on site, and has been through the local lead flood authority, who have no objections to this as a drainage strategy. And if permission were to be granted for the outline consent, it would need a detailed condition requiring the detailed design of how that would work as part of the wider layout. Now flipping over to some of the main issues, which are effectively sort of the highway pedestrian access, and then also affordable housing and viability. So the plan here is from the transport statement, showing the potential walking routes from the site into the school and to the centre of the village centre and doctor's surgery, etc. The green one being the suggested walking route, which involves off-site highways works, and this is the route we walked as part of the member site visit, crossing the road down Church Lane through Benedict Way, and then back on ourselves uncontrolled crossing point towards the new development of Palm Cross, and where we finished our site visit, just opposite the school. It is about from the doctor's surgery to the site, which is quite a steep uphill walk. It's about just short of 1 kilometre, 0.95 I believe, and is about a 12-minute walk based on my walking pace on the site visit. So about 12 minutes to get from the centre of the village, from the doctor's surgery, up the main street, and following the exact route of this green line, so the blue and green line. The off-site highways works include improvements to the pedestrian connectivity along the main road, and this is showed in full on this plan. I will just move into more detailed plans of each of those, and these are the plans which I showed members at the site visit. So the new access point slightly to the side of the existing access, following the pavement, which is then cut back to where it's overgrown. The bank's sort of overgrown a bit there, so cut back to the bank edge. Then we've got the point of the bus stops, so the relocated bus stops, which I'll come on back to in a moment. But that was showing a uncontrolled crossing point between two bus stops opposite each other. And then walking further up towards the entrance to the industrial estate, using existing pavements, and then a new uncontrolled crossing point with Central Island Refuge and new pavement taking you into Church Lane, crossing Church Lane, and a new pavement taking you to the existing pavement in Church Lane, which then takes you into the route along Benedict Way. So those are the plans which I showed you on Monday. As I said yesterday, I received another plan from the applicants, who obviously were at the site visit and overheard members' discussions about the bus stops, and they've tabled this as a revised, as a potential alternative location of the westbound bus stop. So where it was going to be here, opposite the eastbound bus stop, it is now moved to the corner of Church Lane here, and the pavement extended to the point to allow access to that bus stop. So this has been put forward as a potential alternative, that if members were happy with the entire application but concerned about that specific point on bus stops, then this could be a potential alternative solution. But I would need to go through a consultation process on that to allow people to look at it, including the Highways Authority, to come back and let us know whether that is possible. So it's been put out there for discussion, but not formally amending the application. Also questions at the site visit about, there's a point here where I mentioned there's some pedestrian deterrent paving proposed. So the idea is that, or the highway objection is that, or one of the objections is that people will not choose to take this alternative route and will continue walking along the pavement, walking up to the to where the pavement stops, and then dumping you into the middle of quite a busy road, high sides, lots of traffic. Yeah, it's narrow at that point, and what I consider to be a dangerous walking route, and not one I would be prepared to take. But there is the concern that people are like water and will follow the shortest route often, and that even with these alternative highways works directing you one way, people may still choose to follow the desire line and the quickest route. As part of the proposals is a pedestrian deterrent surfacing to try to deter people from doing that, and there were questions of what that might look like. Just a couple of examples of how you could use a sort of a cobbled set or a precast concrete thing to just make it slightly awkward, and that's just in response to the questions from Monday. I'm just going to show members the photos of the site, just as a reminder. So So this is at the entrance looking up towards the site. So field to the right, existing dwelling to the left, that's not part of the application site. It is beyond that. And then a photograph from the top of the site looking down down to the access and looking towards the national landscape, formerly Area of Outstanding Natural Beauty, to the south. A few more photos from within the site, and I'm just showing these as a reminder and for context. This being the paddock field on the western side. And also there were some questions about long distance views, and I mentioned how there was the Ridge Road to the north. That's this road here. This is a photograph taken from the point of the red arrow there, looking back towards the site here. That's the view sort of through the camera with the naked eye. This is the zoomed in view. I'm afraid it was a very poor day, but the application site is where my mouse pointer is here. You can just see the roofs of the existing barns there. So just to give a context of what it looks like with the national landscape as a backdrop, you can see the church there. And then views from the national landscape looking north. So this is taken from just off a public footpath looking towards the site here. This is the view you get sort of the naked eye. If I zoom in on that, you might be able to see this. This is the access road which runs through the middle of the site at the moment. So application site being here, the eastern portion, and the western portion being here. And I put those in just to demonstrate how it would be seen in the context of existing buildings and existing landscape. And to probably reiterate some of the landscape officer comments about how, if permission is granted, detailed design and colour of materials is quite important here to help it sit within the landscape. And then some photographs of the access or the route being asked, people have been asked to take as pedestrian routes. So along the pavement, 30-mile-an-hour signs. So that's where the 30 miles an hour starts. Stood looking back towards the site around the point of the bus stops as shown on the original submissions. Photograph looking with the employment site on the left hand side there. So this is where the proposed crossing would be. Photograph taken on the sort of the line of the crossing point from the middle. So that's as if I was stood in the island looking east, and then from the other side. I will point out every photograph I've taken, I've deliberately not included cars in those photos, just because when I'm taking photos, I don't like taking photos of people driving and stuff. So I only say that so it to not give the false impression that the road doesn't have any traffic on. We all saw what the traffic was like, but my photographs are taken generally without cars because I don't like taking them as drivers are coming towards me and they think I'm, what am I doing? And then final photographs. This one I do have vehicles in. The reason I do have vehicles in it is that actually when I turned up from the site visit, as I mentioned, I saw someone actually walking up up that road. You can just see them there, just walking, stepped off the pavement and walking up the road. So it's just what I saw on the day. I've been there a number of times. I've never seen anyone walking the road before, but I put it there as a demonstration that actually someone has chosen not to take the safer route and walk in the road. The proposals for these off-site highways works have received highway objection, as you'll see in the report, on the grounds that people will follow the shorter route and not even take the shorter route, but the unsafe route and put people in danger. That's a legitimate highway objection, which I don't feel that, or it is a valid concern and is one that I am following through in my recommendation to say that if I take the professional advice of our highways officers and they're saying it's unsafe, I'm going to repeat that advice and that recommendation to you. I'm sure members all have a view about how people would act in real terms, but if people do walk in this road, it is dangerous. There is no refuge at all, and vehicles are moving pretty quick, and some of them are pretty big. So I do believe, I don't think there's any disputes that walking in the road is dangerous. It's more of a dispute of will people choose to do that. So that recommendation is being followed through, and that is one of the reasons for the recommendation to refuse. The second issue relates a lot to do with the principles of development in terms of affordable housing. Now, I've got a slide here which lists all the things which would normally be required as part of a contribution, Section 106 contributions. So, for example, the Dev 8, the local plan, states that a minimum of at least 30% on-site affordable housing will be sought for all schemes of 11 or more dwellings. The policy also talks about the tenure and mix of the open market. So the policy requirement is for 30% affordable. There have been requests from education for secondary school transport, requirements under the Plymouth Sound Estuaries Marine Site, the EMS Recreation Mitigation and Management Scheme. So a contribution towards that, so it could pass the Habitats Regulations Assessment. Travel plan contributions, Highways Authority have asked for £300 per dwelling for the 39 dwellings. That's because there's an existing dwelling on site, so it's only an increase of 39, not 40. And then we'd expect the off-site highway works, biodiversity net gain, seeking the 10% as set out in the joint local plan, open space provision within the site, play space either within the site or contribution towards off-site provision, sports facilities. Normally that's because we wouldn't be able to do that on site. A contribution for off-site of 33,000 for capital and 38 for future maintenance. Contribution towards allotments and the necessary monitoring fees as part of the 106. So that would be expected on a development of this scale as a starting point. In terms of the proposal, we've got proposed contributions of 143,000 or 143,500. That meets pretty much all the things I set out previously. 10% affordable housing and a commitment to do the off-site highways works as well. So this is where the sort of the crux comes down to in terms of we've got policy Dev 8 seeking 30%. The whole local plan is based around the allocations are based around a 30% off or requirement for affordable housing. This application is offering 10%. The application is accompanied by a number of viability assessments which have been submitted to the council from the applicant side, saying that actually this site doesn't stack up financially. There are a number of abnormal costs involved. House prices have taken a dip, build costs have gone up, etc., which means that it's marginal with 0%. This is their argument, it's marginal with 0% affordable housing. However, they understand the importance of affordable housing and are willing to provide 10%, so 4 of the 40 units as an affordable housing offer, but with no additional sort of review mechanism or clawback. So if things change in the future, you know, house prices go up, build costs come down, etc., and they return a better development financially for them, it would still be 10% affordable to the council. So they're not offering any kind of review mechanism on that. We've had that viability tested or reviewed by Lionel Shelley of William Lean, who's here, and Alex Rehag from the affordable housing section, who've come back and said, no, we actually believe the numbers are are not right here, and that the development could deliver more affordable housing, suggesting 22.5% with a clawback or review mechanism in case things change. Developers disagree with that point, and I'm sure they'll speak and explain why they disagree with that point. So we've been asked to determine the application as it stands with 10% affordable housing. Now, if I'm been told by the specialists in here that actually their numbers are wrong and something can deliver more, my recommendation to you is that we should be refusing this application on the grounds it's not delivering the required amount of affordable housing. When the figures have been reviewed, suggest that it can deliver more. As such, it's not meeting a sustainable development objective, and yeah, it's an allocated site where it was known that the affordable housing requirement would be 30%. There aren't any particularly huge abnormals which I can single out to say there's a big cost here or there which could be removed. Reviewing the contributions in terms of off-site play and sports facilities isn't going to make a massive difference to the affordable housing offer, and is a bit of taking money from one area to subsidise another, and still doesn't result in a sustainable development overall for that community. So on that basis, my recommendation is we don't agree their numbers in terms of the affordable housing, and therefore it doesn't meet the requirements of policy Dev 8, and it should be refused on those grounds. So the proposed reasons for refusal, the one as I set out, these are the set out in your report. So the first one being it doesn't deliver the policy requirement of 30% affordable housing. That's contrary to both the joint local plan and the neighbourhood plan policies. So the clear neighbourhood plan policies as well, backing that up. They are part of the development plan. And the second reason being is that the increase in pedestrian traffic on the highway, which doesn't have the footways, would be a danger to all users of the highway. And these are that's the wording put forward from the Highways Authority, where I've added in the relevant policies of both the joint local plan and the neighbourhood plan policies as well, which equally talk about the importance in Modbury about safe pedestrian access and convenient pedestrian access to a number of facilities. And the parish council are down to speak, and I'm sure they'll talk about that as well. So the recommendation is to refuse permission based on those two reasons, and I'm happy to answer any members' questions at this point or bring in my specialists if they relate to those areas. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Kitchen. Questions, please. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Bryn, for a comprehensive presentation. I've got two questions. One is, who's responsible for the maintenance of the Drovers Path? In other words, who would remove the tree that currently blocks it if this is to be an acceptable considered route out? And secondly, what measures are in place to ensure that the attenuation tank above the site that's on the left of the site of the path would not flood the residential house that's actually remaining on, well, it's not within the site, it's below the site, and obviously I would imagine somewhat a worrying position for those people.
Yeah, I'll start with this plan first, which just because it shows the Drovers Way. Now that is unregistered land, so that it is not in the control of anyone. I believe part of it, this end here, it joins the farm. I think the landowner of the farm has got a land registry to agree that they own the bit which is adjacent to their land, but they wouldn't. My understanding is the land registry wouldn't agree that they had a claim over the rest of the drove where it didn't adjoin the land. So that point where the tree has fallen across, I think that might be in the landowner, not the applicant's control, but the landowner's control, and therefore
nobody's responsible for maintenance, basically. So we cannot confirm that could be used for a footpath if there's nobody responsible for maintenance to keep it in that way.
Yeah, it's not a public footpath. It's not a public right of way. clearly some people walk bits of it, but there is no one has a responsibility for it. In terms of your second question about drainage, obviously this is an indicative drainage plan, but I believe it was probably this surface water pond to the north of the property here on higher ground than the property. So if permitted, then there would be a condition requiring detailed design and management of drainage. What this indicative plan shows is an out pipe here going into the pipe network, and then an exceedance route, so almost a spillway and swale. So if water levels were to get so high that it couldn't discharge quick enough into the pipe, so that would be quite an extreme event, it would overtop into this spillway, go down this green line here, being an open swale, and then hit a point there where it either then goes back into the piped network, or the exceedance flow would take it across the road, but bypassing the property. So that's what's shown as the drainage strategy. But I just reiterate that it is an indicative plan at the moment. It's not a detailed design which you're being asked to approve. The most you're being asked to approve is the parameter plan here, which shown as the broad locations of surface water, but not the detailed design of that. That makes sense.
Yeah, if I just come back, so I mean, during development, often sites can be exposed to loose mud for some period of time when they're cleared off and ready. And we get quite extraordinary weather these days. And there was a house in Harberton in last September that had the mud from the field behind went straight through the house. That's what worries me. That this, what would stop that happening?
So during a development phase of that, before obviously these attenuation features are put in, the control of that would be through construction management plans. So if permitted as a development, you would likely have a condition requiring a construction management plan. And one of the criteria of that construction management plan is how you deal with surface water during construction phases. What sort of barriers do you have in place, like hay bales at points to stop flows going a certain way, or to direct things to certain swales? So that's how it would be controlled under a construction management plan, rather than a drainage strategy, which is more based on the completed development.
Members, any other questions? Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. I wonder if you could please address almost a philosophical point about the difference with what we're agreeing under a point of outline permission and what we'll be able to control when it comes back for detailed permission. We have been in this situation before, and it could be that the extent of an outline permission can be minimised, or might be more comprehensive, and we have been here with an outline permission granted, not being able to do very much when the next stage arrives.
Yeah. So an outline planning consent is really, it's the sort of principles of development, as in what is, can you develop here, for how much, for how many dwellings, etc. It would normally set your 106 is set as part of the outline. So any sort of contributions you need to mitigate the impacts of development need to be sorted out at outline, your affordable housing, etc. The parameter plan in terms of what's been shown here, so that would be an approved plan as part of an outline consent. The off-site highway works, they would also be approved as part of the consent. In this case, they're asking for access to be determined at this stage, so it would be agreeing to the detailed design of this access point here. So that would be fixed as part of outline. And the things which are reserved, things which are for later consideration, are sort of appearance, so what the houses would look like in terms of materials, etc. The landscaping, so that's both the sort of hard and soft landscaping, so both tree planting, hedgerows, etc. But also hard landscaping in terms of hard surfaces, park benches, etc. It would deal with the layout, so where the positioning of the dwellings would go, but probably within the confines of some of the limitations in the parameter plan. In terms of that, really relates more to scale, as in development. In terms of if the parameter plan saying 1.5, no more than 1.5 stories in this area here, then that is fixed. So they're the things which you're sort of reserving for later consideration. So it's quite a lot you need to fix at the outline stage, and you can't revisit under reserve matters, because the reserve matters, you're only looking at what do the houses look like, how do you landscape them, what are their size and scale, and how they're positioned on the ground. Not just the houses, but all the how a thing is positioned on the ground. So that's really the difference. And of course, on an outline, you set also any conditions you require, such as drainage details. So you could ask for that drainage detail to be submitted as part of the reserve matters.
Thank you.
Councillor Albert?
Yes, please. So it's on. The JLP says up to 40 houses. On page 12, there's a density statement of 45.6 homes. Is that just lacking units and it's still only 40 homes, or is it going to be 45.6?
I believe the page 12 is the comments. I think that's in the comments of Modbury Town Council saying that. I don't quite understand. It's unless they're saying it's a proposed density of 44.6 homes per hectare. But in reality, the application is for up to 40. If granted, they could come in with reserve matters for up to 40, no more, under the current legal framework of planning conditions.
I have two things about access. One is that existing footpath is inadequate, and there are being running up the main road there on the side of the housing, and there are no proposals to make that footpath better. I sort of think this is for you, but it's a clarification, I suppose.
In terms of that existing footpath from the site, well, to be honest, along the whole sort of northern side of the main road, the only proposal as part of that is to cut back the vegetation on that bank to take it back to the hard surface. It's not a further widening. Obviously, that cutback could happen tomorrow if Highways chose to do that, but there are no proposals to change. Anything in blue is as existing and is proposed to stay as such.
Thank you. My last one. So not in the plans, but a discussion raised by Bloor is the possibility of the bus stop being on the eastern curve, east of the site. The grass looks like a V, the roads form a Y. The bus stop is still on the main road, it would appear, and since we have Mr. Jackson, could we ask him, is there any reason why it couldn't be within the green itself to get the bus off the road?
Yeah, happy for Mr. Jackson to come on that. Thank you.
Okay. I'd just like to actually go back a stage on this, if I may, back to the original bus stop plan, just so that I can explain to members why I gave my green light to that layout. So at the moment, you've got on the southern side of the road there a bus stop with a new landing which can only be accommodated in that area because of the width of the verge specifically in that area. If you go any further with the footway, left or right, you're into taking out trees, and we didn't feel that was necessary as a highway authority. So it comes to the question that I always ask is how many people are going to be getting off this bus? Bearing in mind it's coming from Kingsbridge, so it'll be probably a few people that have gone to Kingsbridge town centre, or possibly the town centre in Modbury, that are using the bus from the site. We've got a fairly, I would say, small development, 39, 40 houses. So the likelihood of several people getting off the bus at once is going to be extremely low. We will have one person probably getting off the bus at any one time. They'll get off at the front of that footway, so the western end of the footway where the bus is supposed to pull up in the markings. And then they've got to walk back on themselves, probably 15 metres to the informal crossing to cross the road. By that time, I would have probably envisaged the bus would have pulled away, because if one person has got off the bus, then there's a high chance that the bus driver will be on his way. So the concern raised about visibility crossing the road, I'm not sure is necessarily correct. It's a minor risk. We didn't feel as a highway authority it was worth raising any more concerns about, and hence why we agreed the location of the bus stop in that location, because it's quite close to the site entrance and would give most benefit to the site users being close to the site entrance. If you move it to where the new plan is suggesting, the bus will stop. There's a higher chance that you're going to block the visibility of drivers coming out of Benedict Way with a bus stationary in that location. You've also got a high chance of drivers at 10,000 vehicles a day on this road in the summer trying to overtake that stationary bus on a bend, and we feel that that would be a conflict. To put a lay-by in, I really think would be overly excessive. We're not supposed to do it anymore, and I'm not sure it's going to achieve an awful great deal either, because you may still be blocking visibility for the junction, yeah, there may be services to move. It could be incredibly expensive for the developer to achieve, and I don't think it's proportionate. We've already got viability considerations on this site. So, I mean, the other thing to say is that the national guidelines stipulate that the ideal walking distance to a bus stop is 400 metres. The existing bus stop, I heard you say that this was Blaw's, but I think it was a mistake. It's Baker Estates. This site is an option for Blaw's. Is the existing developer around the bends, and they put in the existing bus stop infrastructure around the corner. So the bus stop on the southern side of the road, which could be accessed via Benedict Way if members were minded to approve this application, has a bus shelter. So it is a fairly good bus stop, and would offer shelter if people are walking from the site. I measured from the centre of this site to that bus stop, and it's 500 metres. So the maximum walking distance considered in Manufacture Street acceptable to a bus stop is 800 metres. So we are closer to 400 metres than 800 metres at 500 metres walking distance, and therefore, in my eyes, if you're considering taking away the bus stop that was originally considered acceptable from the Highway Authority, presented by Baker Estates with the application initially, then I would be minded to say just remove the southern bus stop altogether and expect people to walk 500 metres, because I think that's acceptable. Because why would you? Sometimes we have to take tough decisions, and if you're going to create a safety issue by trying to achieve something, you have to weigh that up and think, well, there is a slight disbenefit here, but we wouldn't want to create a safety issue in trying to force something in that really shouldn't be in that location. So our advice would be either to leave the plan as it was originally intended, or take out the bus stop and rely on the existing bus stop that is outside the Blawse entrance.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
I've got Councillor Rake was going to be next. I don't know whether, as we've got Mr. Jackson.
My concerns are largely about, or my question was largely about viability, Chair. So if we want to finish off with highways, but I do have one highways one.
If
so,
we can. So
okay,
if you take your highways question.
Okay. So just returning to your explanation of the acceptability of the original proposal for the bus stop. We're not therefore expecting that it will provide, say, school services where a gaggle of school kids would get off at.
I don't think it does. No.
Councillor Allen, is yours a highways question?
Yes, mine's just following up from Councillor Rexner because it was the same question. Can you explain why you don't think school children will be using it to get to Kingsbridge?
Because I mean, it's more of a sort of question for the applicant, I would suggest, because it's all about school catchments, etc. But I wouldn't have thought there'd be many people in Modbury going to school in Kingsbridge when there's a primary school in Modbury next to the site. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. There's a secondary school in Kingsbridge, is there? Yeah. Okay.
Clarify, it may be Ivy Bridge that they go to.
In which case, then, you know, if there is concerns about a number of, you know, school kids getting off the bus, then it may be best to just remove the bus stop.
I have a question, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah. Richard, coming back on the on this, lots of school children go both ways, Kingsbridge and Ivybridge, and they catch the bus there. But what your suggestion is, you're trying to safeguard one place and making it worse for the other, because if they've got to go up to the other bus stop, the school children will go up the road. So then you've got them on that dangerous corner. So it is essential that a bus stop is retained in this area. I don't agree with the proposition of the first one, I must admit, because it's a narrow bank and lots of work would have to be done there. But if it can be moved up near where we got it now, would be ideal. But that encroaches on the new traffic island, I believe. But there is children there, and lots of children get off and on both ways. Senior children, not juniors.
I think this strengthens my argument for the Drove to become a public right-of-way. This argument, because to get to the existing bus stops that are outside the Blawse site, that's a 200-metre walk from the centre of the site via the Drove. So my view is, notwithstanding the bus stop issue, that we should have the developer should, or the landowner should be committing to converting that Drove to a public right-of-way and upgrading it.
Yeah, I got to agree with that, Richard, but at the moment it's not in our application because it's not a right-of-way and it could take some time to get that up and running. So in the meantime, we need a safety route for the children to catch the buses. And if this development is approved, then more children will want to use it. And it's not just adults, because most adults that come up from town or they catch a bus in town or from Blowers, they use the other one.
Yes, okay, but I would just add that I met with Baker Estates almost 2 years ago and gave them the solution of converting the Drove to a public right-of-way.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, sorry, Richard, but I mean, they were expected to do that work before they got approval of the site. And I mean, if I was looking for approval, I wouldn't put hundreds of pounds into getting that opened and surfacing it if I didn't get approval for the site. So that was a difference there. I mean, I can understand where you're coming from on what they need to do, and that's a question I was going to ask them in a minute anyway.
Yeah, we've said that you wouldn't need to do the physical works. You would just need to actually got to a stage where you've confirmed the public footpath. So that's prior to any works.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Are there any other questions of Mr. Jackson while he's on? Councillor Hodgson, then Councillor Bonham.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Richard, for a lot of explanation. But just to go back to the original question about that main larger corner area at the junction, which is, we haven't got the map in front of us now, but it's to the west. Yeah, so the west of that green space. It's a large green space. And we stood there in the rain on Monday, and it was really clear that that could provide quite a safe place for the bus to pull in for anybody, old, young, school kids, whatever, to get off there and be able to safely then get to the site or get back into the housing estate behind it. I mean, the thing about buses, when we're looking at something like this, we're not looking about speculation only about what might come into the site in terms of new housing and new residents, but also for the people there, because these things also affect everybody. So we want to kind of, ideally, you know, new developments bring a benefit to everybody. And it seems that that could be a really good solution there, because whichever way you look at it, a bus stopping on that road, on those with limited views with bends, it's just a recipe for an accident waiting to happen. You know, people do dive out behind the bus. They do dive out here or there. And it's just wrong to sort of put that in place, whereas a bus stop there is going to make anybody think twice about walking around the corner, because it's madness when you can just jump across there, you know, easily, you know, with the refuge. And while I hear what you're saying about, well, the development is a bit tight for money anyway, I haven't seen the viability assessment, so I can't judge that. But I think we just need to make sure we've got the best and the safest traffic solution for everybody.
Mr. Jackson, do you wish to come back on that?
I think it's missing a safety audit. We need an independent safety audit.
Mr. Jackson, obviously this has come in, it wasn't originally in the pack, so it would need a full consultation anyway. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, just very quickly, if I may. I appreciate all the comments on this, and I think it's difficult, and probably a safety audit seems a very good idea. Just to be clear, the proposal and the bus stop at the western side, is that within the 30-mile speed limit or outside it?
It's outside of the 30.
Yeah, that's what I suspected. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, I believe I hate to say it, I believe you're incorrect, because on the site visit it's further out. It's only just, I believe.
Yeah, I was just going to. That's the 30 mile an hour speed limit side, and the bus stop is just beyond it. So it's right. I think it's within the 30 mile an hour zone, but only by a metre or two.
Councillor Taylor.
Richard, whilst they brought the 30-mile limit sign up, if this were approved, would you actually look into moving that 30-mile limit further west?
I think
because it needs to be done.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. We've said in our consultation response why we don't, as a county council, see it as necessary. There's adequate visibility at the new site access that's in accordance with the 85th percentile speed of traffic. So it's what drivers are already driving at. So there wouldn't be a safety issue at the new entrance. There's supposed to be, under Devon County policy, 3 frontages over 100 metres, so house frontages, driveways coming out onto a road, or 20 frontages over 600 metres, and both of those criteria are not met to relocate the speed limit out into the countryside, which is going to prove difficult to enforce for the police, because we wouldn't be able to put physical measures onto that road because of the need to retain HGV access on the road. So it will make will make enforcement more difficult for the police. However, having said that, you know, I think there's some speed readings historically further up within and around the 30-mile-an-hour terminal signs, and there's already high 85th percentile speeds despite having the 30-mile-an-hour signs in place already. So do I think it will make a massive difference? No. Would it require a departure from policy? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I think this is something that will be revisited, I'm sure. Can I now move on? There was a couple of others. I'll go back to Councillor Rake, who had a question.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick one, I think, Bryn. Thank you for your report. Just because in the viability study we're encouraged to look at comparables, the Blora estate behind, are you aware of what the open market housing mix, roughly in terms of sizes, is on that?
So in terms of open market housing mix on the Blora estate, very much followed the existing housing mix for the whole of Modbury, so it didn't skew it one way or another. I do have the figures somewhere on my computer, I think, because I did work it out, but it was about 18 months ago, just for another piece of work I was doing. But generally, the mix is broadly aligned with the wider mix for the area and what is proposed now and under this application as well.
So the distribution of various house sizes would be similar on the Blora estate to this new one. And do you know when that was built out and when it was marketed?
In terms of the build out, someone who knows exactly.
That's right. The Blora estate was actually finished. The housing was finished roughly, I think, 3 years ago. 3 years ago now, and that was built out. And they were, of course, all sold when they were still coming out of the ground. So that was a very popular place to live at the time. So that was the first development, and then there was a second development with another 40 that went on in the next field, and that was finished, like I say, 3 years ago. The previous one was longer ago than that.
Thank you. I think that's all for the time being.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. Councillor Allen, you had a question? Okay, thank you. Councillor Hodgson, no questions on the viability. Any other questions for this section? I do have a question myself, because obviously we've got the viability, and I'm sure that will be discussed and raised by the applicant. I just wanted to sort of see the confirmation from either Ms. Rehag or Mr. Shelley as to the basis of the argument against the 10%, just to confirm to members the reason for the review.
Hello, Mr. Chair. The reason for the review is that the applicant states that they are unable to provide policy compliant affordable housing requirement, which is 30%. Interestingly, because it is a relatively small development, the number of units is therefore quite small. So, 30% is sort of 12 units, and so the difference is that the 10% offered is therefore only 4 units. And so if one just goes up by a couple of units for affordable housing, that relatively increases the number of affordable units considerably. So at the moment, policy compliant is 12 units, and they're offering 4 units. So that's the difference.
Thank you. Are there any particular points that you would want to bring in here about the viability argument? Thank you.
We've got a couple of points of main difference really in terms of the land value where the existing bungalow is situated at the moment. We've also not been able to agree on a house price for these properties. I mean, they're not built yet, so we're having to use data that's available to us now. We've got quite a significant difference between what we're looking at and points of where we are looking at for those properties. So because we've got very few comparables at the moment, we've used other market towns. So we know that Dartington, Broome Park and Sawmills is coming out the ground at the moment. They're currently being marketed. We're looking at a scheme that is, we've seen viability for over in the West Devon area. We are sort of joint-ish local authorities. I work over both areas. And we've kind of pulled all of that information together. We also have some new schemes that we're doing through the council, and we are providing a parish profile for every location within the South Hams, where we look at a lot of secondary data, what average house prices are, and there is a significant difference between what house prices are in Dartington to what they are in Modbury. Modbury is significantly higher. So therefore, we do think that this scheme could provide a high level of affordable housing than the developers are proposing.
Thank you, Ms. Rehag. Councillor Hodgson.
Can I just reiterate the question that was raised earlier about the other site as to what level of affordable was delivered on that site? Because it's only 2 or 3 years ago. The Blore site, yeah. It's land west of.
Just from recollection, because I wasn't fully working over in the South Hams at that point, but I do recall that that was potentially below policy, but only just. I think we went through a viability appraisal and possibly went to appeal, but I couldn't say for definite to you. I can have a look if you don't mind, and I can come back on that point later.
That's good.
Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Rake.
Yeah, my question is for Mr. Shelley, really. I noticed in your report that you said the land value was overpriced. Did you actually go on site to get this calculation, or was it done desktop?
I didn't go on site to do the calculation. I have seen the site, but the calculation is a desktop viability undertaking, because one looks at land values and then take into account the cost of bringing that land into a developable position. So if it, for instance, a greenfield site with services attached to the side of the site, then there's less cost involved in making that site developable or preparing the site to be developable, and therefore the site value is reflected in that. When you have a number of abnormal costs and services that need to go to the site, they have to be taken into account in order to bring the site to be developable. That's the first point. And the second point is, of course, taking into account what is the existing use value of the site. So there are a number of issues that one considers when calculating what the benchmark land value is.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you very much. But didn't you find it difficult to do an assessment without actually going on site properly, because the landowner tells us that there was no request to go on site, and I would have thought it was quite difficult if you didn't go on site proper to look at everything, bungalow, the lot, to assess what the value would be.
No, it's not difficult. To be honest, I have been doing it for a few years, and one takes into account, I can park the car and look across the various boundaries to look at the site. That's the first issue, which is what I did. The second is that, like you have now, I have the advantage of looking at the site from an aerial perspective and also from various other information that one looks at development. So I'm not looking at what is literally under my feet. I am looking at what the costs are to bring the site to make it developable.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley. We have another question, Councillor Rake.
Thank. We haven't met, so I'm a new councillor, and wet behind the ears. But my only previous experience of a viability study was back in 2014 when everything was very hush-hush and was all commercially confidential. And is it more common now for, I mean, this seemed to be on both sides quite open and detailed. Is that now common practice?
Yes, there are two issues there. Firstly, we are guided by the NPPF PPG, which is the government directive about how one interprets land value and calculates land costs. And so under the NPPF PPG, I can't remember which paragraph it is in there, but it says that all documents and viabilities should be made public and put in the public domain. There are some issues about that, which is why sometimes the reports and for instance, my viability review, and I'd like to point this out at the moment, I am not doing a viability report, I have done a review of a viability report. So therefore, mine is only a very short comment based upon good, sound calculations, which I have undertaken and have been doing for the last 20 years. But the actual information that goes out in the public domain now is much more comprehensive than it was in 2014.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley. One more
quickly. And in terms of Ms. Rehag, you said that there was a disagreement about the sales price of the future houses. When you were looking for comparables, did you capture those on the Bloor estate? It seems like you've got a whole pool of neighbouring homes that have been sold relatively recently.
We had very few that we could compare at that point. So house prices have been so volatile over the last 3 to 4 years. We have used new build properties because obviously they attract a premium anyway. So that's why I used Dartington as a main source to look at those properties. We did include some other older properties, but obviously the price is not really going to be comparable because the new properties would always be higher price than what, you know, in comparison to what is on the market there. Lionel might have something to add.
Just if I can come in on that also. So when we're looking at house prices, firstly, we try and get immediate comparables next to the properties. It doesn't always work. Some of the properties on the Bloor development of similar properties were not available, and also it was, as the Deputy Chairman has said, it is slightly out of date now. So we try and look at comparable properties within a 2-year period maximum, usually about 18 months if we can, to try and get the best comparable information. And the second thing is we do use quite a lot of database. So we go to the common sites that you can do. So, you know, the big national one like Rightmove is a useful guide. Also, we go to, and the most important place is the Land Registry. So we go to the Land Registry and get the latest information from them. And then there's also another another site which we pay for, which is called Property Data. So we've gone to all 3 of those to get the information we can.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley, for that clarification. Any other questions of the officers' report area? There were some questions. I wonder whether you've got the answers yet.
I was in a little bit of a race with Mrs. Rehag to see who could get there first. As far as I can see from the 106 agreements that are online, the first application, which is for Palm Cross, which is in 2015, it was 27 affordable units out of 93, which is 29%. And the second application in 2018 was 12 out of 40, which is 30%. I think that was the question from Councillor Rake.
Thank you. I believe we've concluded the questions of the officers' report, so I thank the officers, Mr. Shelley, Mr. Rehag, and Councillor Jackson at this point for their Mr. Jackson, apologies. I'm sure you don't want to be. I'm sure you don't want to be a councillor. You get even more grief than you do now. But thank you for that. We will now move on to the speakers. We do not, for this one, have an objector. If I can ask Mr. Hutton from Baker Estates to come forward as a supporter. Thank you. And I think you know the drill, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your time, councillors. I'm Graham Hutton, Operations Director at Baker Estates, and we've been working very hard to deliver a viable, balanced proposal for this allocated site. The site was allocated in 2019 for a reason, and that reason is the delivery of the local plan objectives, and at the time, both pedestrian connectivity along the A379 and viability were considered by the council as the NPPF requires. The declared housing crisis has only deepened since that time, and it feels odd, therefore, to be in a position that it's recommended for refusal on those very two grounds. I'm aware that you walked the pedestrian routes on Monday, not least because of the comments on the westerly bus position. Your officers updated you, and we're certainly happy for the stop to be retained in the original position as it was in our original application, both proven safe by the safety audit. We also share members' views expressed insofar as moving the 30-mile-per-hour signs further west and would support a Section 106 obligation in that regard. The alternative pedestrian route is slightly longer, and it does take slightly longer to walk, 90 seconds longer, but it also provides a host of other benefits, such as safer access to the church and shops that simply do not exist for the current residents and the workers on the commercial estate. The Highways Officer report states that the route is safe, and that these other Section 278 benefits are welcome, benefits that were not provided by the recent VETS accommodation approval, which was also considered safe by this committee. Our design includes pedestrian deterrent paving to deter people from taking the marginally shorter route, and this will be there for the benefit of all, not just new residents. I think it's very naive to assume that the Drover's Way would be the desire line for everybody, and it is definitely not a panacea. It would, for example, be neither lit nor surveyed, which is far from ideal and not a route many will be prepared to take, given times of day and darkness and the like. Existing residents off the A379 are very likely to continue to use the main road unless the pedestrian deterrent and improvement measures in this application are delivered. In this debate, we should also not forget the extraordinarily low accident statistics for the area, where there has, touch wood, not been a single accident since 2019, only 3 in recorded history and none involving pedestrians. Moving to viability, the site is far from greenfield, with a range of abnormal costs associated with the previous use. Pile foundations, buried slurry pits with 63% methane, for example. But of course, the main abnormal is the fact that the allocation of 40 cannot be delivered without demolishing the existing home that occupies it. Therefore, it seems perverse in the extreme that the council's assessment has valued the site significantly lower than the value of the existing home. That cannot be right, and the site will simply not be delivered on that basis. None of us like the viability process, and we would all prefer a higher amount of affordable housing, ourselves included. But the process described in the NPPF is meant to be a scientific one. The independent submission is robust, evidence-based, open book, and based upon current quotations, all as required by your policy, DEL 1. By contrast, the council's review is at best superficial and includes a huge number of unsupported, unevidenced claims. How, for example, can the surveyor claim without evidence that the demolition will cost £50,000 when the cost consultant provided a current quotation showing it at £279,350? It's simply not right, and I have no idea how those figures could be defended. We've agonised over this and have committed to deliver 10% affordable housing. Members are aware of our track record in delivering affordable housing above policy levels in the district, So it gives me no pleasure to be in this position. But the simple fact is that this brownfield allocation is not viable. This is because the local plan target of 30% was predominantly based on greenfield sites without such abnormal costs. So in the round, you'll understand why I believe both reasons for refusal to be incorrect. The pedestrian access arrangements proposed are safe and commodious, are proven by safety audit, and hence have been tested in the way an inspector would. The Council's assessment of the independent viability is fundamentally flawed, in our opinion, and could not be relied upon if tested. This application, if approved, would safely deliver on the long-standing allocation, delivering much-needed housing to the open market mix desired by officers, which is predominantly small homes and bungalows, with all other planning benefits retained and enshrined in the Section 106. And for these reasons, I urge you to vote to approve, not because it's the correct thing to do, but because it is the most beneficial thing for the community. Lastly, if approved, it will be possible to pursue the additional footpath on the Drovers Way, something that we would like to start immediately. So thank you very much for your time. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Do I have any questions? Councillor Rake?
Thank you. Good morning, Graham. Thank you for that presentation. It's vanished off my screen, but you talk about, well, you criticise the nature of the council's consultants' report. Can we just look at yours? Do you find that the quality of local schools has an effect on house prices?
Yes.
You do. The better they are, the more you can sell your houses at.
It's one of the factors.
Yeah, of course, only one. So it's interesting, given that you say that your report is scientific, that your school's data dates from 2015, when it's available up until 2023. Do you know why that is?
Where are you reading that data from, Councillor Ray?
In the Developer Solutions report, there's a whole screed of. I'm sorry, I had it up and then it
yeah, that's,
the way it is. There's a whole screed of listings
that's
of
okay.
schools.
I'll take your point on that. I think it unlikely that that's not been considered, but you know, you make a point. It says in there that that's 2015 data.
Yeah. So that's just kind of. Sorry, you take
I think if I may, forgive me, Chair, if you shut me down, but the Developer Solutions report, which is a 77-page assessment of the market, taking comparables from land registry data of actual figures, not marketing data. And I appreciate what Mr. Shelley said a moment ago, that his submission may not include everything that he's considered. But certainly the information in the public domain indicates marketing figures which are not relevant to be taken into account for a viability appraisal.
Okay, thank you. Well, if we can move on from, because I'm looking at the document called November 2023 IVA and appendices, and in the sorry, scrolling through. There's a lot of data, whether it's up to date or not is moot. But the three models you have of 30% viability, 0% viability, and the 10% proposed viability. Again, sort of in terms of quality and the scientific approach, in the 0% viability, you still have, in the 0% affordable allocation, you still have a £10,000 charge for marketing affordable houses. Why do you need to spend £10,000 marketing?
Well, you may or may not have a point on that. I don't know. The independent cost assessor from Herridge Property, Andrew Herridge, is in the room. Should it be appropriate for that? I don't know whether the meeting should degenerate into that. I don't know is the honest answer, without checking line by line.
I don't think it would necessarily be a degeneration. I mean, it's no. You've put this in front of us,
that's fair. Well, the independent assessor has put forward, and the council's assessor has reviewed it.
Okay.
And not commented on that.
Can you explain about garages? The number of garages stays constant in all three models, whereas I might have expected it to change because open market houses are more likely to have garages.
It's simply a model in that regard, Councillor Rake, because as I explained earlier, landscape scale, massing, layout, design of the homes is subject to reserve matters. So an assessment has to be made. But
understood. I suppose my question is, if it's a model, why the model didn't alter? I mean, it's a model, but your consultant could have tweaked those numbers within those parameters within their model, right? I presume.
I presume.
Right, we both presume. Okay,
but
lovely.
as Mrs. Riag said earlier, the fundamental differences in it exist predominantly around the determination of the existing use of land value, where differences are very significant, and around build cost, where the council assessor view there to be, I think I'm right in saying, £1.1 million difference in build cost. Far more significant numbers at play than, with great respect, those points you make, which you may well be correct on, Councillor Rake, but my points.
I suppose it goes to the, as you highlighted or asserted with our consultant's report, it goes to the quality of the underlying and the reliability of the underlying report. But that's it from me for the time being, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. So I've just been looking on Zoopla, just, today's figures on Zoopla for what's for sale in Modbury. It's 23 properties. And there's a range really between, this is market housing, nothing seems to indicate that it's not, between a guide price of £875,000 for a 3-bedroom house in Modbury down to £595 for a 4-bedroom house in Lower Green Park, which I think is just behind where the Bloor Homes estate is. So those are the kind of the prices. In terms of housing, would you accept that the crisis, you mentioned the crisis in your report there, crisis actually is one of a lack for affordable and social housing. That's what the crisis is. That's what we need, is for affordable and social housing. And that's why so many people have gone out through the trouble of doing neighbourhood plans, etc., to try and find ways to meet that need, to make our society, give the opportunity for our young people to stay, and for families who've lived and grown up in the area to kind of be able to afford their own home, perhaps, or at least have a home in the local area. So not really the expensive and often overpriced market housing. And if you're offering 90% of that on this site, it's going, just 4 houses is not going to really help the housing crisis in Modbury. And the second question is, in terms of the briefing note that was sent around last Friday, it referred to only 2 objections. It didn't refer to Modbury Parish Council's Town Council's own objection, which I would have thought was actually very valid. And since they oversaw their neighbourhood plan, I think that's, if they're objecting and they've set out their reasons, I would have thought it would have been appropriate to mention that in your briefing rather than, seem to suggest that it doesn't exist.
Thanks, Councillor Hodgson. Taking those in reverse order, the second point first, the briefing note referred to the 2 reasons for refusal in the officer's report, not objections as a whole, because as the officer's report also says, there are 16 letters of objection on the site, all of which were listed in the officer's report that you have, so you have complete information on that. In terms of market housing and the housing crisis as a whole is not something that we as a local business can affect. In the widest range, I mean, you have policies to deal with that. We are a business, that is true. We have to be able to deliver things in a viable way, otherwise we can't pay our staff and our suppliers. And as I said in my speech a moment ago, the simple fact is that this development, because of the abnormals, has been allocated but is not viable. So I'm afraid I can't change those facts. What I can do is seek to do the best contribution we can, which is the 10% that we've offered.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you very much. if you were to get a land planning permission, would you agree to sign in a 106 to follow up on the Drovers Way to make sure it was allocated as soon as you get it, before you actually started putting people in place?
In short, yes. The issue with the Drovers Way is it cannot be pursued at this time because a public right of way needs to go from adopted highway to adopted highway, and it would go through a site and sterilise land for a landowner for which there is no planning permission. So that is a real problem, which is why it can't be done at this stage. We would absolutely commit, and we have publicly in all of our consultations, and I'd be very happy to commit to the submission of an application for a public right of way on the Drovers Way. And we would be very happy to do so before we came back with reserved matters. What I can't do is confirm that the outcome of that will be positive. There's no evidence and nothing to suggest that it won't be, but we don't own the land, and it's not within my gift to give it. What I'd also just stress, so yes, we would commit to do that, and we always have. But I'd always also say, as I said in my speech a moment ago, it's not a panacea. It is not everything to all people. It will be unlit, it will be unsurveyed, and it is important, I think, that the highway improvement works that we propose so that the route through Benedict Way is safe and safer are delivered. But yes, we'd commit to that, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you. Good to hear your report, and I think we should be supporting in general sustainable development, but I'm worried about a few things here. So firstly, the objection by highways. I know you've answered that to some extent, but do you not think that that's a pretty important factor for us to take into account? How should we be looking at the objection from highways saying this site basically is not safe? Do you think they're wrong, or do you think that that's not relevant, or they're overriding factors? Perhaps you could help me understand that. Thank you.
Yeah, an objection from highways is always important to listen to and to consider. I might just add, as I've also said, it's a pre-existing condition. We can see on the aerial photo there a number of homes to the west of the development, and all the people that work in the commercial development there, and the people that use the bus that experience those same difficulties with that narrow section of road right now. So a relevant question perhaps could be to the Highway Authority why they consider it to be safe and acceptable now, perhaps. But I'll leave that to you. The transport assessment demonstrates that the route through Benedict Way is safe, and the highways consultation response does indeed say that. There is a safety audit, and it says that that route is safe. The highways objection is, and Mr. Jackson will be able to answer for himself, is being sustained on the basis that he believes people may effectively make poor choices and take the less safe route. Exactly as Mr. Kitchen's photo demonstrated from your site visit on Monday when you saw a member of the public walking down the road. I would argue that that's exactly why it's necessary to put the pedestrian deterrent paving in and the highway improvements that are suggested as part of the application, because it will deter that very behaviour and make it considerably safer. So I think that's my view in the round. I hope that answers okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Mr. Bonham?
Yeah, perhaps, thank you.
Councillor Bonham, I think
I'm begging
Mr. Jackson would like to come in at that point.
It might be worth waiting for Pat to come back, because we were just having a discussion about the practicalities of delivering a public right of way on the Drove. We've always said there's a solution here, but unfortunately the planning system is almost a little bit flawed, that you can't condition something that is unregistered on a developer when a planning application is submitted, because that's against the rules. There is a solution here. We've given it to the developer a long time ago on site. We said to the developer that under section 26 of the Highways Act, you can create a public footpath along the Drove, subject to improvements. And one of the things that we said as a highway authority is needed is low-level bollards with cages, so that there is some lighting on that link. we were prepared to accept a material sort of hog-in arrangement, much like the path between Totnes and Dartington. We appreciate it is a rural area, and we felt that tarmac wasn't necessary. So I've got that in writing from our Public Rights Away team, that they're prepared to take on the future maintenance of a public footpath between the applicant's site and the A379 public highway extents. In combination with doing that, there is a requirement for a Section 278 legal agreement to continue a tarmac footway or footpath behind the planting on the corner of the Blore Homes site entrance, and also adjust the radius of the junction of the Blore Home entrance. None of this is cheap, and it's very expensive. We originally had concerns that one of the owners of the properties adjacent to the Drove had a claim for half of the width of the Drove in terms ongoing with Land Registry. I've subsequently spoken to that owner, and despite Baker Estates telling me that he wasn't interested in discussion, that may well have been the case at some point. The owner of the property has telephoned me and said, with some mitigatory works, he may be amenable to considering plans to allow a footpath to be created. Now, I think that investigation needs to be done before planning permission is granted. I'm just going to cite an example here in Newton Abbot that I know from my experience over 10 years ago. We had multiple developments coming forward on the Ashburton Road, leading out of Newton Abbot towards Seal Hayne. One of the developers couldn't form a continuous footway along the Ashburton Road, and had land available on the other side of the road, so that pedestrians would have to, in theory, walk from the site, cross the road again, back to the footway that then continued on the land that is part of the public highway again, and then you had safe and suitable facilities to continue walking into Newton Abbot. As a highway authority, we accepted some informal crossings to achieve that, to allow the development to happen. 5 years later, when the development was built, the 600 mil wide verge that was the bone of contention to create that footway was completely trampled on muddy, and we were getting numerous complaints from people in the development that prams were being forced to walk in the road. Parents with prams, wheelchair users were being forced to walk in the road, unsafe on an A road, much like this. That example is simply crossing a road. This example is walking around Benedict Way, which is 48% longer than taking the route along the A road. Now, I don't dispute that some users may decide to choose the safe route, but we've all been young and we've all been teenagers, and we all take shortcuts. And that's the type of user that I'm concerned about here. I just want to make absolutely clear that when Blore's developed the site, they looked at creating a retaining wall and a footway around this S-shaped bend. The cost that was provided nearly 10 years ago to provide that retaining wall and footway was over £300,000. On top of that, you've got the need for the county council to compulsory purchase land from a third-party owner. So I would have thought in this day and age, if accidents start occurring and the county council has to rectify this problem in the future, we're looking at a bill of nearly £500,000. So I just want to make sure that everybody's aware of potentially the worst case scenario that could occur should the right decision not be made today.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you. I have some further questions. Councillor Bonham?
Well, I mean, I don't know if this is valid, but I wonder if Mr Hutton can answer the question as why the proposal 2 years ago about the Drovers Way footpath application, as outlined or suggested by the council, wasn't pursued. Are they incorrect in saying that could be viable? Thank you.
It's not kicked out at all. In fact, that's exactly what we would like to do.
I'm sorry, I was trying to ask why it wasn't done. That was
It can't be done because the first domino that enables that all to happen is an outline planning permission. Because the route for the public right of way needs to go from adopted highway to adopted highway. So, looking at the aerial image that you can all see in front of you, that goes from the S-bend near the Blore Homes end of the Drovers Way, all the way along towards the west, and then it has to follow a route down through the potential development to the A379 at a point where layout, scale, massing, and all other matters are not agreed, and nor is there an enshrined planning permission for the site, and the public right of way would inherently diminish the landowner's value for the land that they have. So it cannot be pursued until such time as the first domino falls, which is the granting of the outline planning consent. We would be very, very content, and we've said this all again through the consultation and with the parish council. We'd be very happy to provide the hogging path up through there and the necessary amendments to the footpath outside Blore Homes so that connects in. I'm less convinced that it will be possible to provide the bollard lighting because of the ecological matters relating to bats, but that's why I say it's not a panacea, because again, I'll just reiterate, it's not surveyed, it may not be lit, and to assume that all people would choose to use that route, I think may be incorrect as well. But certainly, Councillor Bonham, we commit to providing that, but we need the outline approval first.
Councillor Bonham?
Well, I'm confused. Difference of opinion between the developer and our officer from County Council. But perhaps I can come to my next question about the abnormal situation of the site and the fact that that makes it not viable. I mean, were these issues not evident when you first looked at or purchased the site? I mean, surely all those buildings were there. Surely you saw the challenges. I don't understand why. I mean, I'm not a developer, but why does a developer buy a site when there's so many problems, when you know that the council's policies for 30% affordable, and by virtue of all those difficulties, which are very evident to the naked eye, that might be difficult. I'm a bit at a loss, really. Thank you.
For the record, we haven't bought the site, but on receipt of planning permission, we would. I think your question as to the evidence of those viability matters is fair, because I said they were evident at the point where the land was allocated. Evident at the point where the land was allocated, and the obligation is to consider viability at plan making stage. But it's true that they are. This is the first allocation that I've come across in the South Hams local plan, which is unviable. But the abnormals, not least the demolition of everything which is there, pile foundations, the slurry tanks, the drainage requisitions, the large electrical diversions, are very significant on a site which only has a maximum of 40 homes of whatever tenure to cover those abnormal costs.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Councillor O'Callaghan.
Thank you. Actually, my question was along the same lines. I mean, it's been said affordable housing is a priority for our residents, as you know, Mr. Hutton. It's as a result a priority for us and as an administration. We have an affordable housing crisis declared. Viability as an issue in the regulations, in my view, is a loophole which should not be there. Affordable housing, having paid tribute to it and said it's so important, it's seen as some sort of afterthought which can be, dropped at a whim, which it should be the opposite. It should be the heart of what we're doing for our community when we build. And Mr. Hutton has said he's agonised over affordable housing levels. He's talked about abnormal costs on the brownfield site, but as has been suggested, surely that should have been factored in right at the beginning.
We have a question of Mr. Hutton? Thank you.
he's actually also said that there should be no affordable housing at all, I note, but he's kindly offered 10%. So again, which has just been said, should not all this have been factored in at the beginning? We've got the viability get out, but it should have been factored in at the beginning. You should have known about the JLP, and there's a minimum 30% that should be provided on 11 properties or more, and he well knows that, doesn't he? Don't you, Mr. Hutton?
I think I understand the nugget of the question there. It's not a. Sorry, I think Mr.
Oh, sorry, I'll turn it off.
It's not a get out. It's not a loophole. It's part of policy. Del 1. That is part of this district council's adopted policy that development is subjected to viability where appropriate. So, not trying to do it a loophole. I think Councillor O'Callaghan and other members are well aware that we have and do seek to deliver additional affordable housing where we can, and it's not lost on us how important it is. It's also not lost on us how important market housing is, and the housing crisis declared by this authority is not merely one related to affordable housing. But there we are.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Any other questions of Mr. Hutton? Councillor Rake.
Come back, Chair, but I just wanted to clarify one of the things that you said. You mentioned that our consultant had a figure of £50,000 for demolition, and you had a figure of, I can't remember the figure.
279,350, something like that.
Okay. And then I was just looking through the Heritage report. I can't, I mean, the figure for demolition, headed demolition in the Heritage report is £50,000. So our consultant's using.
No, it's, there are a number. I read them all last night as well. It is in there at 279,350. I checked this morning with Mr. Heritage, who's over there to check that it's the correct figure. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear me. I checked with Mr. Heritage, and it is 279,350.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rake. Mr. Kitchen.
I think you both might be right. It's not, as far as I'm aware, it's not in the Heritage report, which has the 50,000 figure. There is a separate submission which has a. Which one is it? This one, which fronts up like that. It's the January 2024 submission, and that has a quote attached to it by Frank Smully, Demolition Limited, where I believe that quote has the 215 plus VAT. But it's not in the Heritage report, so I think what you're reading is correct. So you've seen 50,000, and that's what it says in that report. There's a separate report which gives a different.
There's an additional. The 215 is for the buildings, not the hard standing, so it all adds up to the 279,350.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton.
Sorry,
Councillor Rake.
if I may, Chair. So, I mean, I don't understand entirely how. I mean, so if it's so I'm looking at the three models, and the 10% one, you already have to take some fairly bullish assumptions compared to the 0 and 30% ones, and that, according to Mr. Kitchen, and from what I can tell, seems to have the £50,000 figure for demolition. So, and given that your margin on the 10% one is seemingly already quite tight, if we're knocking another 200,000 off that, is that?
Councillor Rake, I'll be honest with you, it's not my specific area of expertise, which is why there's an independent consultant to go through it and check those figures. But you're correct in that the 10% offer that we've made is a margin that a financier would consider substandard. It is a stretch, but it's an allocated site, and we've made that offer, which I stand by.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. Sorry. Councillor Rake. Is it?
Sorry, just. I mean, you can tell me. You can say no, Chair, but I just if I could get this last one in very quickly. Obviously, all models are built on assumptions. I mean, if this application were for a 30% one, which isn't unviable on the current assumptions, and you'd put in for that because it is an allocated site, you wouldn't be obliged to build it straight away. I mean, you'd obviously have the carrying cost if your purchase is on the grant of planning permission. You'd have the carrying cost of land, but you could wait and see if things got better.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that would be a fairly foolish business thing to do, to buy a land bank, and there's been all sorts of discussions in the industry as to whether developers land bank, and they don't for that reason. But it's also very contrary to the aims of the local plan, because the purpose of the allocation is to deliver the homes which are required.
Thank you, Mr. Hutton. If there are no other questions, I've got just one that came through, because obviously you said that basically you've got a valuation of the site, you've got a it's not viable, but that's obviously at this time, and you have on previous sites increased the affordable housing. You've offered 10%, but you've been quite firm in no clawback during the development. Can you just explain why no clawback?
Yeah. Firstly, because a clawback is usually based on there being an agreed position at the start, which there isn't an agreed position at the start. We've offered this 10%, which is already a poorer position for us to start from. And secondly, it's a single phase development where within the first 9 months or so of being on site, all of the plots will have been started in one way or another. So it's not a long enough duration for a clawback to be sensibly considered.
Mr. Hunt, thank you for that clarification. Before we move on, I'd like to bring Mr. Shelley back to clarify a couple of points.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First point is, the councillor here, and I'm sorry I don't remember your name, but it's quite right, because we've had 3 separate reports, one in August, one in December, or November, December, and also the latest letter in January, which we received in February. So, and each of those viability submissions have had a change of figures in them. What has been constant is the land value at £1 million. So what I find difficult is that we did our review on the basis of a demolition and clearance of the site based upon exactly the same figure that Heritage report did, which was £50,000 in the December report, and then a cost came in at 280 odd thousand pounds for the demolition work, but the land value still remained at £1 million. So interesting that under the MPP, FPPG, you should be taking off abnormal costs. So if an abnormal cost comes in of nearly £300,000, that should actually come off the land value, but it hasn't on the Heritage report. That's the first point. The second point is that I have submitted my viability based upon 22.5% abnormal, and which shows that the scheme is viable at that figure. I also did a number of other viabilities. I don't just do the one. And I ran a number of other schemes, and based upon information from other sites, I was able to look at it and show that it was viable at 27.5%, and that's based upon the figures from Dartington and Totnes, which I've mentioned previously. However, for the purposes of this viability review, I have taken exactly the same rates of sales values as the Heritage figures, which have come out at the 22.5%. They are the same. So, for instance, a 2-bedroom semi-detached house, which you sometimes call a bluebell, the viability rate is a 3-bedroom semi-detached is £352 a square foot, and the Heritage figure is £352 a square foot. The 2-bedroom semi is at 242, and Heritage figure is 242. So I have used, because it was difficult to get the comparable information, and therefore I thought it would better to be positive and safe about this particular viability, I have used exactly the same rates as the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Shelley. I'll allow Mr. Hutton to come back on that.
All I was going to say, Chair, is given the central point of this to the debate, and having heard what Mr. Shelley say, at your discretion, Mr. Herridge, who submitted the information, is available to either answer the questions or respond to that, but that's obviously at your discretion.
Mr. Hutton, as I allowed Mr. Shelley to come back in, we don't normally allow additional speakers, but as you said, this is central, and I think all members would be interested in this. I would allow the other person you've said to come back in, but if it can be kept fairly short. Richard.
Are you happy to speak, Mr. Herridge?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Herridge, Herridge Property Consulting. I'm a chartered surveyor, and I've been advising Baker Estates on the viability issues. To keep it brief, as you've asked, Baker Estates commissioned Developer Solutions to produce a thorough, as you said, I think nearly 80-page report that looks at the strategic housing market area in and around Modbury, looks at all the competing new homes sites at a high level generally, and then it drills down in some detail using comparable evidence locally and within the reasonable area of house types, the specific house types that are used on this indicative scheme layout. So they are specialists, that's what they do. They have done a fairly thorough job on this, and I applied their expert evidence to the determination of the gross development value on the site. Baker Estates also appointed a specialist cost consultant, Terrace Consulting, who are quantity surveyors. They went through the scheme, the indicative scheme, in some detail, and they've costed it using market rates and measures from the both the topographical survey and the scheme layout that was provided, and they've provided a very comprehensive analysis of what this scheme is actually going to cost to deliver on site, and it includes everything. There are some pile foundations, there is the attenuation and so on. There's about a 5-metre slope across the site that you have seen on your site visit. So there's a fairly comprehensive cost appraisal. He's an expert cost appraiser, so I've used his figures in my report. There was initial PC sum, suggested by Terrace back in May last year of £50,000 for the demolition. Baker Estates, because there's nearly 25,000 square feet of existing barns and other agricultural buildings on site, which you'll have seen from the site visit. There's a bungalow on the site which has got a gross external area of about 1,800 square feet. They got a specialist demolition company to give a quote for that. That quote was provided in either the second or the third, I think it's the third iteration of the viability testing that we did, and including the grubbing out of the hard standings, for which is about another 20,000 square feet. The total cost came to nearly £280,000, and so it was updated to include the actual figure that a specialist demolition contractor had provided. And those are the main parts of the appraisal. The benchmark land value, I did it initially on an analysis of local transactions to establish an existing use. I then provided a premium for the landowner to have a reason to bring the site forward for development, which is what the guidance indicates, rather than just sell it for its existing use, which you could get in the market anyway, which rounded came to £1 million. And Mr. Shelley and I have disagreed on that since this work started. Subsequent to that, in the early part of the new year, Baker Estates commissioned a formal valuation from a surveyor at March and Pettit, and he produced a valuation on its existing use, ignoring potential for this development. So its existing use value at considerably more than the benchmark land value that I provided at 1.65 million. So those are the three principal parts of a development appraisal. I think Mr. Shelley and I were pretty much on the same view as the construction period for a scheme like this for 40 units in terms of pre-commencement works, and then getting on site, as you say, about 9 months before anything is built and ready and available to sell, to start getting cash back in. And finance costs went up from May to January, largely because of discussions with HSBC and others, getting their view on that.
Think
then that gives you
you've got
that
covered
gives you
all
the background
points,
of
and I
what I've
think
done.
you've addressed that.
Sorry to go on. I beg your pardon.
Thank you, everybody. I think we have concluded that section of this presentation, so we've allowed both sides to, and members are quite well aware of the valuation aspects now. Thank you, Mr. Hutton.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Can we now move on to Modbury Parish Council? Councillor Turner. Councillor, you are aware of the how to handle this, so I'll leave you to get settled in and start when you're ready. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, can we skip the first two slides, please, Bryn, and start with that. Okay, thank you. I'm Councillor Anne Turner from Modbury Parish Council, and we object to this application on the grounds of unsafe pedestrian access and reduction in number of affordable homes. So I'll address each of these points in turn. On this first slide, this shows you, this is a road with fast moving traffic with an estimated 10,000 vehicle movements per day during the summer. The route will involve crossing and recrossing this road, the A379, using uncontrolled pedestrian refuges in the middle of the road. Pavements are narrow, as you can see on the slide here, and the poor positioning of bus stops with limited visibility will represent risk of conflict between vehicles and pedestrians, particularly at school times when a considerable number of children from Kingsbridge School will be coming on buses into Modbury. Okay, can I have the next slide, please? Pedestrians emerging from the alleyway where the blue arrow is, adjoining Benedict Way, are then confronted with the primary school on the other side of the road. So it's the other side of the A379. So if we can go on to the next slide, please. And you can see where the primary school is, where that van is going along the road. And you can see from there that this is a natural sight line. And as such, pedestrians, and particularly children, are more likely to try and cross directly rather than take the longer route shown in the bottom two images here. Okay. Even taking the existing crossing is risky as vehicles accelerate up Church Street and are not visible until they come over the brow of the hill. That's the bottom corner picture. Have the next slide, please. And so what would be required would be to take the longer footpath to the school, then cross another junction at Palm Cross Green, which is 4 directions with poor visibility and traffic coming from those directions. And then if you make it, you arrive at Modbury Primary School. Okay, so what we're talking about here with 40 houses, we're talking about a considerable number of more children taking this route. We think that this route disadvantages anyone who's less mobile, pushing a buggy, or a child making their way to school. This is likely to increase car use both to the school, where congestion is already a severe problem, and to the town centre. We believe that poor pedestrian access is detrimental to successful integration with the rest of the town, effectively creating a separate settlement. Policies within the Joint Local Plan and Modbury Neighbourhood Plan support provision for safe movement and active travel to encourage health, well-being and community integration and decrease emissions, and these must be integral to any new development. Modbury Parish Council do not wish to be complicit in a scheme which is detrimental to the safety and well-being of our community, and unanimously reject this proposal. Affordable housing. South Hams District Council declared a housing crisis in 2021 due to high costs of buying or renting privately. As has already been mentioned, policy Dev 8 of the Joint Local Plan stipulates a minimum of 30 affordable homes for all schemes of 11 or more dwellings. So on this site of 40 homes, this equates, as we've already discussed, to 12 affordable homes. The current proposal is not compliant. And for context, average wages for those on the Devon Home Choice Register is £18,000 per annum. Currently, there are a total of 40 applicants with local connections looking for properties, and yet the current proposal reduces the number of affordable homes on this site to only 4. Data from 2022 gives the average price of £371,000 for a property in Modbury, compared with £317,000 in Dartington. We do not therefore accept the developer's viability assessment that properties in Modbury are less expensive, thus decreasing their profit margins. We understand the issues of financial viability, but question the overall costs and profit margins put forward by the developer, and would refer you to the independent viability report commissioned by South Hams District Council. So an example of the difference between those are the land value estimated at £975,000, rounded up to £1 million. Reassessment of this by the independent consultant was £650,000, a very considerable margin of difference. Times change. Bank rates have decreased, and indications are that the market is picking up and house prices increasing. If the market does pick up, will we be left with decreased affordable housing despite increased profits? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Appreciate that. Members, any questions of Councillor Turner? Councillor Taylor.
Good morning. And do you agree that what you've put up on there on the top left-hand side is a footpath, a new footpath that goes up to the other road, but wherever you come out of that, if it's a new estate, that will still be operational as it is now.
Yes.
And you presume, I take it, that people will not use the shorter route. Is that correct?
What, crossing from the alleyway, you mean?
Benedict Way.
Crossing, coming out of Benedict Way, the alley, you mean? No, we think that people will use it because that's a sight line for the school, and what people do is they, and particularly children, would go with the sight line. They have poor anticipation of risk. The school's ahead. If they're late for school, straight across. And we think it's an accident waiting to happen.
Not
Oh, no, right.
Members, any other questions? Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, thank you for your comprehensive objection. Very useful. I just wanted to understand through the neighbourhood plan, what was the expectation when you were doing the neighbourhood plan? Because you obviously looked at these sites. I had a quick glance at it. I couldn't see whether you had any expectation of what you would hope to be able to, you know, create for meeting affordable housing needs from this particular site.
The site allocation was a difficult point for us with the neighbourhood plan, and it in fact involved going back for a review of the plan. We have included that site in the plan because we were required to do so because it was a JLP allocated site. In fact, in our initial variation of the neighbourhood plan, we did not agree with that application and put forward an alternative site, which was a subject of considerable discussion. So we did not, in a sense, we did not have any expectations of that site, but we had brought forward the concerns that we're discussing now about pedestrian access and being separate from the rest of the town as a concern during the process of the neighbourhood plan.
But just to reiterate my point, I mean, the fact that we are where we are and what you've been allocated, what would be I mean, you're talking about, currently you've got about 40 people on the housing needs for your area. So if you've only got that site and another one left to run, you need them to deliver, is that correct?
We only have this site now, and our expectation would be that it delivers the required amount of affordable housing, which is 30%.
Councillor Rake.
Just briefly, if we can we go to the next slide? Thank you. These last two, top right and bottom middle photographs, show a situation which is irrespective of whether the drover's path or anything else comes into being. That still doesn't resolve this particular issue of getting across. It is a very strangely designed junction. Does it? I mean, that's just sort of a given, a site constraint. There's not a lot that can be done about that. About this, yes.
Now, this is purely to show the route, if you like, and this is where you'd end up. So it's just illustrating that there is another point where that car is in the top slide. That's another difficult junction that's been a point of contention. So that would still exist, but our point is there'll be more children having to navigate the whole route. So this is just showing the end of the route in a sense.
Thank you. And if we could go back, I think, a slide. And another one. Yeah, so the current footpath, I mean, is it well used? Would this be, I mean, I'm thinking about the person in that house to the left of the blue arrow. Would there be a significant increase in footfall, do we think? If
This is a quiet cul-de-sac, yes, and it is used, but it's not extensively used, and that would be a very considerable increase in footfall.
Thank you very much.
I have Councillor Bonham. Oh, okay, thank you. Mr. Jackson, you did indicate, but I'm going to say no because we've covered highway matters quite extensively.
I just wanted to talk about the entrance to the primary school and where it is.
I think that's something that isn't considered here. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate your time. Can we now move on to the ward member, Councillor Taylor?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I'm not saying too much at this stage. I will join in the next stage of this planning. We have declared a need for housing, but I'm rather concerned that we haven't got enough affordables, and we need to deliver more houses, but probably more that people can afford, especially when it comes to new developments. So I'm going to drop there and I'll come back in the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. We've had all of the presentations. We now move into the debate. Can I take somebody to start the debate on this? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's been well articulated. There's a massive issue here with the potential danger around the road situation, which could have perhaps been sorted out before we got to where we are today, but it hasn't been, and we have what we have before us. And for me, it's a kind of a not in my name. Would I actually approve something like this if there was going to be an accident? Because I would feel partly responsible. I think what we approved today is a responsibility. So I would actually propose that we've, in line with the case officer's report and recommendation, that I would move refusal on the two grounds that have been well outlined today on the access and routes and transport issues and the objections raised by our highways officer, and also the level of affordable housing, which is not compliant with our policy.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, clearly we do need to look at the issue of housing need in the town. But I think we should commend the officers for going into a lot of depth and really analysing this case in minute detail. And we've heard a lot of the arguments for and against. Keeping an open mind, you know, I didn't really hear any counter arguments that meant these two reasons for refusal should not be valid. The 30% affordable housing, well, I mean, there's a lot of detail about the figures. I'm personally not qualified to sort of make a decision. I think I would prefer to trust the officers in this case. Secondly, on the safety of the route, saw with my own eyes that this is quite a difficult route. In a number of cases, we don't seem to have an agreed solution. Potential ideas don't seem to have been taken up fully, and I don't think it's that common for highways to really object, at least not in my experience. So that weighs quite heavily in my mind. So overall, I tend to support the officer's recommendation for refusal on the two grounds. So I will second the motion put forward by Councillor Hodgson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham. Any other members? Councillor Taylor.
Yes, coming back on the point about safety, I believe I read the officer's report on this, on safety, a highways officer, and he seems to be happy with the new suggestion, which overruled the original one. And I think the only safety aspect that his suggestion is turned down on is actually the main road, and they're putting something in place to try to avoid people using that. And you know, I've been there a long time, and you don't see too many people. I mean, that guy that was walking up the road might not well have been a resident anyway. But that's by the way. But there is, and I think Richard done a good report. But you know, he's actually come out with an agreement that Route B, which we walked on, was a safe route. That's all I got to say on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. If we don't have any other members wishing to speak, we have a proposer and seconder for the officer's recommendation of refusal. So I'll take this to the vote now. Can I have a show of hands for those in favour of refusal, the officer's recommendation? Please show. Can I have a show of hands, those against? No against. Any abstentions? Abstention.
Chair, for refusal, we've got 9 for and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you, members. That application is therefore refused. I thank everybody for their contribution. I thank all of the presenters, and can I thank Mr. Jackson for attending, Ms. Rehag, and Mr. Shelley, and for all of the other people for this application. Thank you. We will now have a changeover of officers and a 5-minute break. But before we have the break, please, can I just say that we have had a request for a site visit for the next application before it is considered, and to allow and make sure that we have the correct number of members present at that site visit and the next committee. We'll need to do this now rather than moving into a discussion just in case people can't make the next meeting. So we have a proposal to defer this next application for a site visit. I would like a show of hands from the committee members.
It probably needs to be seconded for
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. I need to have somebody formally second that, both Councillor Hodgson and Councillor Allen. And I believe, Councillor Hodgson, you were going to move that proposal anyway, but I thought before everybody broke up. So we have Councillor Hodgson proposing that, and Councillor Allen, as one of the ward members, seconding that. So therefore, it is proposed and seconded to defer the next application for a site visit. Can I have a show of hands for those members who would agree to a site visit? Those against?
Can you keep your hands up for those?
I think it was 6 Amelia.
Simon, were you for?
I was for a site.
For a site visit. Okay, thank you. Those against a site visit? Those abstaining? We have therefore a proposal for a site visit. This application will be deferred. Can I apologise to those members who have sat through all of the Modbury discussion, but I think it is to allow the due consideration. You've seen the amount of consideration that's been given to the earlier application for the application in Totnes to be considered properly, that we will have a site visit. Before everybody disappears, members of the public, the next meeting for this to be considered would be the 15th of May. And I think with your due consideration, as chairman, I would want this application to be the first on the day. So it would be the first in the morning that day. Thank you, everybody. And we'll take a 10-minute break now. Thank you. Thank you, members. We'll now return to the agenda, and I'm bringing forward item 7, which is the planning appeals update before lunch, and we'll also cover the undetermined major applications before lunch. So, Mr. Weimer, if I can hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trialling something a little bit different for appeals today, simply because there's only two decisions. They're both relatively straightforward, but I thought we'll see how this goes, and if I can find the time to do it in the future, we'll do. So there's 4 appeals, 2 of which are new ones and 2 of which are decisions. The first decision, and both of the appeals we have lost, they've both been upheld. So the first one is in Salcombe. So this is what I'll try and go through. So it's in Grenville Road, Salcombe. It was for the retention, effectively, of a Western cedar-clad bin and bike store to the front. So if you can see where it is, it's in Grenville Road. It's the rectangular block to the bottom bottom left-hand corner, fronting onto the road. And this is what it is. So it's a timber-clad building. You can see here it's only just above the height of the wall and fence, and the wall and fence wasn't part of this application. The wall and fence was authorised and was already there. So the local comments, parish didn't like it, and case officer agreed that it really wasn't the right thing to have a timber box on the front there. We didn't think there was any others in that area, and we thought it was not a clever thing to do. The inspector completely disagreed, and it's just one of those subjective views. The inspector said the appeal site is located in a predominantly residential area consisting of a mix of dwelling styles. It's located to the front of the property, set behind a fence. It's largely screened from the road. It can be seen from other areas. It's sort of in front of it screened, but if you're walking from either side, you can see the front, the back, and you still see there's a box there. But the building is a simple form, modest in scale. The materials do not jar with those in the locality, although sited to the front of the dwelling. It is screened to a large extent. As a result, the building does not detract to a harmful extent from the overall street scene, and as such found that it wasn't contrary to policy and didn't have an adverse impact on the South Devon National Landscape, formerly known as the AUMB. I'll stop there just in case the ward member or one of the ward members would like to say anything.
No, don't have anything to say other than obviously I disagree with the inspector, but that's the way of the world.
I think we are seeing. I think we're seeing a little bit of a shift in terms of the way inspectors are looking at householder development, and I think there's a number of. Well, the first thing was if this had come to it's a public meeting, isn't it? Would members be in agreement that should have been refused? Because if you're not, then perhaps we need to take something back and have a look at how we deal with applications. But I'm absolutely certain that if we'd recommend it for approval, I'm certain it would have been called to committee.
Yeah, I think the town council's view, and obviously you saw the objection, and my view on this was it is a front garden development, and as such, we've stood out against that, and we continued that. Councillor Bonham.
Well, I mean, thank you, Chair. I think it depends on the situation and the context. Perhaps, I mean, it's quite difficult, but we might need to see the road. But is the town council against every front garden development in Salcombe? If so, then this obviously, if that's documented in the neighbourhood plan, then this would breach it. But I'm not sure personally. I'm against every front garden shed. It doesn't seem reasonable, does it?
I think we're always said we address each planning application on its merits, and I think the town council would look at that, and that's how they looked at that from this point of view in that road as it stood. Councillor Rake.
I think I'd have taken quite some convincing. I mean, we can predetermine all we like on this one, can't we? Because it's. I think I'd have taken quite some convincing for refusal. I mean, I think given its description as a bin and bike store, I think it probably looks nicer than bins and bikes, and which the applicant presumably could have left there willy-nilly and as many as they liked. So, yeah, I'd have taken some convincing. If you're looking for guidance, then
it's more. I think when we lose appeals, we should look at are there learning points to take, both from whether it was an officer decision or whether it was a member decision. I think you're right. I think they could leave bins there. I'm not sure I'd be comfortable leaving bikes out the front of a property in any location.
Yeah, that's true.
I've given this is a public meeting. I just want to disassociate myself with that particular remark. I'm not saying Salcombe is a hotbed of crime, but I'm not sure. But you're absolutely right. There is a balance here around. There are more and more bins to be collected, aren't there? There's a brown bin, the black bin, the two green boxes. And there are streets where you do see them left out the front all of the time. And yes, if there is, but I don't think this is one of them. I think because there is a somewhere elsewhere where they keep them. So, but I'll move on. The next application is at North Street in Totnes, and this is a very modest single-storey extension. So I'll just go through the document. So it's tucked around the back. So the existing is here, top corner. You can see that. Proposed is there. So it's sort of relatively small, but sort of doubling the size, as you can see here. And the view we took is that the property itself, or that terrace, is a non-designated. We felt was a non-designated heritage asset. It's included on the first edition 1880 OS maps, so there's an age to it, and we took the view because of the age and the quality of the surviving fabric to assess the property as a non-designated heritage asset. The inspector didn't disagree with that, but felt that the degree, that the scale of extension and the degree that the property and the extension was hidden from public view, it didn't detract from the character and appearance of the building and therefore the non-designated heritage asset. And the effect on the character and appearance of the conservation area as a whole would be neutral and not harmful. I have had a conversation with the case officer, and I think it's fair to say that this was quite a balanced decision, but it was a balanced recommendation, but it was taken after having a conversation with one of the heritage specialists, heritage officers, who felt, yes, it was a non-designated heritage asset and it really should have been, we should be trying to protect it from harmful extensions. We felt this was. Inspector disagreed. This isn't one I'm overly concerned about, because I think, again, it is a straightforward subjective view. We think it caused harm, the inspector didn't. Happily answer any questions, but they're the only two to, they are the only two for today. And is it helpful me providing plans, or is it just going to prolong the meeting? Moving forward for appeals, but from what I'll try and do is, because clearly, well, this will be delegated for something someone else to do for sure. But I think if we've got photographs of the site, I think for the both of these, it would have been helpful if I could provide a photograph as well. But
we couldn't bring in, my operator couldn't bring in.
Only because I couldn't read, I missed the bit where there was an address. No, not this one, I was looking on Street View for sort of.
yeah, well, I'll take that. It might. This is no doubt it will prolong the discussion if we've got half a dozen or 8. Excuse me, half a dozen or 8 appeals to do. But I think actually seeing what it is probably better, and I think especially particularly on ones that we're losing. Yeah. I think if it's a house in the middle of nowhere and the appeal has been dismissed because it's a straightforward policy refusal, I don't think I necessarily need to go into the plans. It's probably just the location plan. But I think for these, it's useful for you to see what inspectors are looking at and saying that's acceptable.
I think, Mr. Weimer, that's the important aspect.
Yeah.
Councillor Rake. Can I just, so if, just from a procedural point of view, will these thumbnail sort of things about why it was refused, or will they form part of the agenda pack?
Well, you've got on. You've got, I mean, the agenda pack does have a complete list of the planning application numbers and the appeals. And all I'm going to be taking is plans that are already available to look at on the public website. So, from a purely personal perspective, getting this done and getting it done in time to publish with the agenda is going to be a challenge, because I only tend to see the report with the numbers on the day before chair's briefing. So I'd only have a couple of days to put this together. So I'd be a bit of a struggle to put it on the agenda. Okay.
I thought you would.
Oh, it would be. That's a bit. Right. For anybody, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to get, especially we normally have more than a couple. So if we only get the list and we've got 2 days to do it, I think that's going to be a bit of a bit of a push. I'd much rather make sure that as many appeal decisions are. So what you have to do is put the deadline further back, so that there's more of a delay getting the appeal decision to, and I think that's more important.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. We'll now move on to agenda item 8, which is an update on the undetermined major applications, which again is just literally members for noting. The request is always, if you see anything on that list as a member that you wish to discuss, then contact the appropriate officer.
Councillor Abbott has asked me a question, but I think he probably would like to ask the question in front of members, and I'll respond. Or I can just respond to the question, setting out what it is.
Well, I just noted that the extension date was to the 31st of March, and in red it says extension of time and place until end of March. That's an agreement. Still awaiting information, but now the time has ended, so there may be consequences because of that.
Okay. On that particular one, it's Ivy Bridge. So on that particular one, the report is published, or was put together before the end of March to get it published to come to the meeting now. Since that time, we have got a further extension of time until, I think it's the 28th of June on that one, because the applicant still requires time to put together some ecological information to us before we can determine the application. So at their request, they've requested a further 3-month period to put that information together, and we've accepted that.
And so it would appear that they have been having this ongoing since either the 14th of April or the 14th of July 2020, and they now want another 3 months.
This has been a long-standing application where there have been probably fair to say delays on both sides, but there have been significant significant delays in getting some information forward. I don't know whether they were reassessing the site as a whole.
Let me change my approach. May they have more extensions willy-nilly, or do we come to an end point at some stage?
Yes, we will come to an end point at some stage, because there's a relatively small amount of information that we require that to overcome some of the technical objections. They will not keep getting time after time after time. At some point, and my suggestion is, if they don't get the information back in, then we will have to take a view as to whether we bring a report to members saying they haven't demonstrated that, and that'll be a reason for refusal. In terms of what are the consequences, let's assume we didn't have an extension of time and one wasn't granted. I can quite happily talk about consequences of not dealing with applications in time. There are two consequences. Firstly, as a council, we are judged. That's probably not the right word, but our performance is measured by government on two things. And one of the things is the speed that we deal with applications. And so there are national targets that you should deal with 60% of major applications in time and 70% of non-majors in time. At the moment, we are around about 90% of non-majors in time and about 85–90% of majors in time. So we're well above the target. That in time figure at the moment includes in time or within an agreed extension of time. So if you've got an agreed extension of time, and that can be for any number of reasons, and quite often if an application comes to this committee and is approved subject to a Section 106 agreement, the chances of getting that through within either 8 or 13 weeks are quite tight. So there are legitimate reasons to have extension of time. So if you lose one out of time, then it counts against you statistically. The other, in many ways more important deadline is that there is known as the planning guarantee, and historically, if you didn't deal with an application within 26 weeks, the applicant was entitled to their feedback. That's now been pulled back to 16 weeks. So if you don't deal with an application within 16 weeks, they're entitled to their feedback. But if there's been an extension of time at any point, if they've said we need to submit more information, we'll definitely go, well, yes, but we're only going to accept that if you provide an extension of time, because what we don't want is you prevaricating, delaying it, and then saying, oh, you haven't dealt with it, can I have a feedback? And it has happened a couple of times. I've seen a few examples where actually the delay has entirely been the applicant's fault. They haven't got the information in. We are going to have to be quite tight on, no, if you haven't got the information in, we're going to determine the application, which is why we are quite firm on the adopted planning charter that we are going to determine applications on the basis, in most cases, on the basis of information submitted to us. Older applications that have been, for want of a better phrase, knocking around for a while and was before the charter, we'll try and get those dealt with, but it is quite important for us to get things down either in time or with an extension.
Mr. Watson.
Councillor Hodgson. And I have got an answer for you on something else as well while I remember.
So this thing about the formation of a car park, the retrospective car park at Riverford, which was actually built in 2016, apparently, and has been kicking around for a long time, and then it was only brought in as a retrospective, so they did it, and it's retrospective. I don't know how many planning officers it's been through. It's now got an extension date till 31st of March, which has now expired. Yeah. All the way through, there's always been something they're waiting for. I actually spent about 3 hours the other day putting together all the documentation on this, which I'm going to send you. But I wanted to wait till today to raise it, to give you the heads up on that, because I can't see that we've actually done perhaps what we could have done, which is to just, it was with, the first one was withdrawn. But I mean, it's gone from being an application for 99 car spaces plus 10 motorbike places. That was pre-COVID. During COVID, Richard Jackson commented on it and said, oh, because of COVID, they need all these extra cars because they can't car share anymore. Funny how that suddenly appeared. Now it's gone down to 89 car spaces, all the same place. But there's a whole lot of things that have been raised by the community, by the parish council. The parish clerk was on my tail just 3 days ago and said, why is that one being dropped off the enforcement cases now? So presumably it's all, you know, and you said at the last meeting, the chances are because of this, the extent of time this has been kicking around, they're going to be entitled to get it anyway. Did
10
I
years.
misunderstand?
I went back to the case officer on that and we had a discussion. It's not immune. It's 10 years. It needs to be there for 10 years because it's change of use, not operational development.
Okay, well that's good news. But what, at the rate they're going to go to 10 years, and we'll still be waiting for another bit of information.
I will ask, the current case officer is
Stephen Stroud.
Stephen Stroud. I'll ask him to contact you and give you an update.
Tried to
updated
contact me the other
position.
day and he tried to ring me back actually, but anyway, yeah, I will talk to him, but I just wanted to raise it here.
Okay.
And on a similar note, there's two others, one of which is Dartington and one of which is Totnes, but they sit next to each other at Dartington Lane. And again, they've been kicking around. Their extension date was the 31st of January. No,
Last year.
last year. So how does that sit? If we pass the extension date, do we not say to them, withdraw or whatever?
We can't force anybody to withdraw an application.
But can we not say that we don't validate it any longer?
No, because it's a valid application. Once you've got once an application is valid, you can't invalidate it because there's still a valid application in front of us. So what we need to do is I'd need to speak to Stephen because Stephen's got both of those as well. I'd need to speak to him to know exactly what the current situation is with those. But again, I'm more than happily ask him to give you a call to.
It says still working through issues. The comment there.
Without speaking, I'm assuming so because they haven't come out for a
Yeah.
delegated approval or to the committee without speaking to him direct. I genuinely don't know what the current position is on those.
The comment I wanted to raise was, and it's something that's come up before, is that things like sustainability measuring, flood risk, and things like that has all kind of gone through much more stringency because of what's been coming out of the IPCC in terms of drainage and flood risk. And if these are sort of old applications, I mean, those two originally, I think they started their journey some years ago, didn't
Many
they?
years ago.
And the same with that car park. Then does it mean that then they can't be reassessed because if they've had outlined, well, the car park never had anything, but if they've had some outline or whatever in the past, does that not put them in a position that they can say, well, we've actually, so we don't have to worry about the extra flood risk because we've already had that cleared? Because that's what happened before with Dartington ones at Sawmills Field and Bryn Park.
I don't think those two applications themselves were submitted years and years ago. I know there's been talk about it for a long time. So if you have, generally speaking, if you've got an outline permission, then that's the permission in principle set. You can't go back at reserve matters stage to revisit things that were approved if you've got an outline consent. So you couldn't
But
go back.
if you've got the same site, but say, we're allowing that now conditions have changed. If the site was allocated to be able to take, say, 40 houses, and now we look at the drainage and say we have to have fewer houses or fewer concreting over to allow the natural sponge, can we not reassess on the kind of the constituent components that would be in it?
If it's got an outline consent for up to 40, I don't believe we can say, no, you've got to have less. But if the drainage wasn't approved at that outline stage, they would still have to demonstrate when they came in with their drainage that meets whatever the standard is at the time the drainage was submitted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that?
Well, yes and no. Anyway,
I think your concerns are more to do with how the planning system in the UK operates rather than how we operate the system, if I'm being totally honest.
but we're clobbered with the same sort of set of developers charter, aren't we?
We could, but from your planning department or planning section, we can only work within the legislative structure that we've got.
Can I be
Thank you, Pat.
copied in on that conversation?
Well,
Half of it's in Totnes.
I'm more than happy to ask Stephen if he can set up a Teams meeting with both of you.
Yeah, that'd be
But I think he did try and get back to you.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, so he does. He
I was
does.
sitting next to my computer. For some reason, it didn't ring. I'm going to talk to Stephen about this in a minute, so don't run off for lunch.
Can we move on?
Because it
Councillor
should
Taylor,
ring.
just a quick question.
Yeah, just a quick question, Patrick. Is there any update on the Warwell development? Because we were meant to go there, I think, in November, December time, and that was, we didn't pick up the Daven and whatever else. So is there any development on that update?
I'm afraid I can't give you an update because it's not an application that either myself or my immediate team are dealing with. It's dealt with by Ian Sosnowski and the Urban Fringe team. So I personally can't give you an update, but I can certainly ask him to provide you with one.
Yeah.
Ask the question.
Just the councillor over there asked me this morning.
Can I just say, I am aware that it is being looked at, and they are looking at a date for that. It will come forward, and obviously it will be a Development Management Committee meeting, so it is in discussion. It is in discussion.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. I think that concludes our morning session. We'll break now and conclude now and return at 2 o'clock for the remaining application. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon session of the Development Management Committee of the 10th of April. We have new members of the public here with us, so just give some housekeeping. In case of a fire alarm, exit the doors and head out into the car park, to the far end of the car park. The toilets are outside the door on the left, water is available outside the door on the right. Just remind everybody, it is a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker are not able to take part and speak. We are obviously live webcasting today, so can I remind members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking. And can everybody in the room please silence your mobile phones so we don't have them going off during the meeting. In terms of how things are presented, case officer will present their report. Any objector will speak, any supporter will speak, any parish or town council representative will speak, and any ward member will then speak. Members are able to question each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate, on each application, the members will vote and come to a decision. I'd like to ask the officers at the top table to introduce themselves. Firstly, I'm Mark Long, Councillor Mark Long. I'm chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Amelia Bolter, Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee. Thank you.
I'm Bernard Taylor, Deputy Chair.
Pat Weimer, Head of Development Management for South Hams.
Alexis Wilson, Planning Officer.
We will now move into agenda item 6C, which is case 015624 HHO, 28 Red Walls Meadow, Dartmouth. The case officer is Alexis Wilson. Remind members that the recommendation of the officer is conditional approval. Ms Wilson, can I hand over to you for your presentation?
Yes, we've just got a few technical issues. Bear with us.
Apologies, members, while we wait for the technology to sort itself out.
Let's imagine this fills the screen and looks perfect. We are looking at 28 Red Walls Meadow in Dartmouth. Household application for the erection of a single-storey residential annex ancillary to the main property and associated works. So this is the site with the outline in red there, so within the built form of Dartmouth, outside of the conservation area. So top right is a reduced size image of the main site, and then we've got the site plan here. So the annex building is the building to the right with the darker roof and the 5 roof lights in. The property that it relates to is the property to the left, which is
shown on that image. The other property outside of the red line within the blue line, that's a separate property that has permission to be built. It's not being built yet, so that's not there at the moment. So we didn't do a committee site visit, so I've put some photos up for you to get a feel for the property and where it is. So it's a modern built detached property set at the end of a cul-de-sac. That's its entrance in off the cul-de-sac there. So coming into that front driveway that we just saw a moment ago, this is where the annex, so the bottom right picture, that's facing away from the main property. The annex building is proposed to be built on the right-hand side there, off the end of this driveway area. And that's looking back within the garden, the annex dwelling, the parent dwelling on the left there, and in front of us would be where the detached annex would be located. And then from outside the site, this is from Mount Boone Way above, so that is the roof there of the property that's already there, of 28 Red Walls Meadow, and that's the view from Mount Boone. So if we look at the design of the building proposed, this is it. So it's single story, bifold doors to one side, set at the end of that driveway. The parent property is on the right hand side there. Measurements, it is measuring, so it's 8 metres in length by 5.6 metres in width, 2.6 metres to eaves, and 4.1 metres to its ridge. So that's the proposal we're looking at. The reason that it's been brought before committee was based on the town council comments, who recommended refusal on the grounds the annex is a standalone building and the development was a subdivision of the plot, which was contrary to neighbourhood planning policies. So I think that's probably the first key thing to have a look at, is the principle of the development. So policy Dev 10 looks at residential annexes and says that they'll be supported where they're within the same curtilage and ownership as the principal dwelling. They should be clearly ancillary to the principal dwelling via functional link with no separate demarcation or boundary. So guidance is given within the supplementary planning document on how, as officers, we assess the degree of link between the two, to come to a conclusion as to whether a building is truly ancillary. So the bullet points on this slide are what we look at when we assess it. So a building, any building, must be an extension to the existing dwelling or an outbuilding sited within its garden, which this is. It is an outbuilding, it's within the garden plot, and it's reasonably close to the parent property. Be functionally related to the main building, so not be truly independent and able to be a dwelling on its own. So in this instance, this has a bedroom and a shower room, but it doesn't have any other functional space. It doesn't have kitchen. It does have that link, doesn't have a laundry room. So it does have that functional link to the parent building. Be used only in conjunction with the main dwelling, so it can't be let or leased or sold. It must always be part of the parcel which this building is within. Be in the same ownership as the main dwelling, so not to be sold or disposed of. Be accessed via the main dwelling or its garden. So this one clearly, it's linked. It doesn't have its own driveway and it has no vehicular access. The access in is across the front of the, very close to the main dwelling. Be reliant on facilities and floor space provided by the main dwelling. So it couldn't be occupied completely independently, which I believe for this, it falls, it's less than the space standards for an independent two-person dwelling. And it's very small. It is a sort of, it's dependent on that main property for extra space. It needs to share a boundary or outdoor amenity space with the dwelling with no fencing off or demarcation, which it does. It sits within that garden. And be designed in a way to easily allow it to be used as an integral part of the main dwelling, so to be able to easily move between the two buildings, which I believe it does. So my recommendation has been based on the fact that I believe it does meet all those criteria as an annex, and therefore looking at things like principal residency and whether the plot is being subdivided. I don't go down the route of looking at those policies because functionally, I believe it ticks all the boxes as an annex, and so that is what I've assessed it as. So accepting that, if I'm accepting that it is an annex and it meets that policy guidance, then the other considerations I look at are the design, scale, mass and material finish. So I don't believe it's an overbearing building. It's much lower than the property which it's serving. It's over 2 meters lower from eaves height. So it's single story. It is finished in materials that are found in the surroundings, so natural stone, natural slate roof tiles, and natural timber cladding. So with regards to, go back up, have a look at its actual finish. So with regards to the finish, when you look at it and you look at the parent dwelling, it's very much a subservient building to that. It doesn't impact the primacy. It relates well to the parent and the surrounding areas in terms of material finish and design. Neighbour amenity. The new property that is being built nearby is a fair distance away and is set a lot higher due to the topography of the landscape, so it's not going to impact privacy or daylight or sunlight afforded to the neighbours. It shares a driveway, so it's not going to increase traffic. Landscape and heritage. So it is in the South Devon National Landscape, but it's within the built form of Dartmouth. And as such, it really is neutral in terms of impact on that landscape. Heritage, it's outside of the conservation area. It's outside of the conservation area buffer. So we're 100 metres away from the conservation area and 60 metres away from the buffer. The closest listed building is 17 Mount Boone, and that's 63 metres away to the southwest. So and because it's tucked down in that landscape, as you saw from the picture from Mount Boone, it's not going to be visible from outside, and so any impact on that heritage landscape is minimal. And the last thing that was raised as an issue was drainage, because they haven't at the moment supplied enough drainage information, but it is flood zone 1. It's not a critical drainage area, and that is something, a drainage scheme is something that I believe we can condition if we were to approve this. So I don't believe that drainage is something that it would be refused on. So that's just a summary of the key issues. So in my belief, the annex building meets those markers of being an ancillary domestic building. They're not looking for subdivision of the plot. They're assessing it and asking for it as ancillary. It's on a householder. And as such, my recommendations we made on that basis. I don't believe it threatens the primacy of the host. It's harmonious in terms of scale. It leaves plenty of amenity space in the garden, not detrimental to neighbour amenity. And both the drainage scheme and the use type, as in ancillary use, can both be conditioned on any approval were you to approve it. Any questions?
Thank you, members. Do you have any questions? Councillor Abbott?
Hi, thanks, Alexis. My questions are all on the same theme, but they're responding to in different parts of your report. So you're saying that it would be subservient. One of the comments from a resident is that it would be dominant. Another says not subservient to the main house, and this is therefore I want to come to a third one, so this is a part question. Okay. Is that therefore then differences of opinion between it's no way of resolving that. People would see it as subservient or not. And the last part of my question then is that there's a table, pages 66, 67, and I wonder, is that your table of an assessment, yes or no on design? Would the purpose generally appear to be secondary or subservient to the main building? So it's just talking through that, really. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. So what we look at when we're looking for subservience is something, when you walk in, you can still see where the main building is, what the draw of the main building is. So it tends to be, we always say it needs to be lower at ridge height and not more imposing. So generally not to the front. So if you put a big front extension on a property, that could well overshadow the actual property itself. So it's looking for something that's clearly an addition, that's clearly a lesser building, which tends to be demarcated by its positioning and its scale, so that it's suitable with what's there. So if you've got a two-storey building and you've got a single-storey annex, it's going to find it, and it's to the side or the back, it's going to be very, very hard to be overbearing by nature.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your report. So we're losing the back part of the garden to a separate dwelling, or losing in inverted commas. The back part of the garden has permission for a separate dwelling. I understand. And is that part of the garden? That is, Mr. Weimer, as ever, preempts my question.
I think for the plan that's in front of us, the consent for the dwelling that Alexis referred to earlier, which when you say the back, I think you mean the bottom.
The blue line part of the site, yes.
So would indicate that that's still in the ownership of the applicant because it's land shown in blue. So yes, that would have formed part. I would suspect it formed part of the garden area, but I note that there's someone speaking in support of the application. Perhaps they could clarify that when they speak.
And I mean, just looking at the red line site, assuming that the amenity space, such as it is and such as it was used, being offered by the blue line part of the site, I'm not sure that I'm completely convinced by your assertion that there's adequate amenity space. I mean, do you have kind of figures about how much actual square meterage there is there?
I don't have figures, no.
Right.
Okay. Well, if we don't have figures, we don't have figures. But thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Just some clarification, really. We call it a dwelling, but is it not ancillary accommodation rather than dwelling?
So I don't believe the officer called it a dwelling at any point. I think Councillor Rake might have referred to it as a dwelling. I think that was in reference to the dwelling below, not the application site. But I haven't heard Alexis refer to it as a dwelling at all.
Yeah, no, I think we were discussing the new build property that's behind it within the blue line.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, thanks for your report. I've got here from the planning application portal a slightly different map, which helps my mind understand it a little bit better, because Mount Boone is a separate entrance to that site, as far as I understand. Is that correct? So, do we have any pictures or information about the wall or path? It's that brick wall, it's that stone wall, is it? So is that owned by the site, and could they potentially make an entrance from there into their land to give separate access to that new building? So there is a pedestrian access route through there, but due to the topography and the site, the slope of the site, and the fact that underneath this wall on the road there's an old bridge arch, it would be very difficult, impossible to bring in an access into there for a vehicle. Right. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Can I just see then, please, the access from the front? Because it did look like there's a sort of fence between. Yeah. So maybe you could explain the house on the left there in the middle photo, the big one in the middle. Is the house the one that's no that other one? Is the house on the left the house that's the owner number 28, and the path that we're seeing here, the path into the back garden? Because if so, it looks like there's a separation of a fence between the house and the path to the back garden. Okay. At least that's the impression I get. I can't tell because I haven't been on site. Sure. So as you look at it from this entrance, this is at the end of the cul-de-sac. If you open this gate that's directly in front of the property, so this is number 28, which wishes to build. So if you go in the gate and then walk to the end and turn around and look back, that is it from the other side, that left-hand picture. So the driveway is directly in front of the property. There's no boundary between the property and the driveway. The gravel area is where they park at the moment, and then the bit beyond there is the driveway, which immediately goes into the front door and the frontage, and you wouldn't be able to, there wouldn't be the width there to separate that into two driveways. Sorry, Chair. So what's the fence on the left in that middle photo? Is that not a fence between the driveway and the rest of the garden? Or is it a fence between something else that we can't quite tell? At the moment, I believe it is just a visual fence between where they park their cars, and then they have an area of garden behind that and beyond that. I don't know if it is to stop dogs getting out or whatever, but it's not a boundary fence. It is just a visual demarcation within the garden.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. From Mount Boone looking down, we had a picture on Councillor Abbott's computer a minute ago. It looks like there is a break in the wall to create a driveway or footpath coming down. Is that connected to this?
There's a pedestrian entrance access into the new build that's going there. I don't have the plans for that property because I wasn't assessing it.
No.
And from that, there is a pedestrian access into here, but there is not a vehicle
That will never
access.
be vehicular access. It looks from this angle, so from Mount Boone going down, that you can access this dwelling separately. It looks like there was a path leading down, which will lead to it separately. Is that accurate? So there'll be separate access.
Well, at the moment, they've got a pedestrian access onto there from, this is their garden at the moment. So there's a small path up and you can...
I was just clarifying when you said that you couldn't access it except from the main building.
No, not from
access it from the road above.
You could from a pedestrian point of view.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Nix.
Yes, thank you. It's just going on from Councillor Bonham's question. Can you go back to the driveway shot? Yes. So the application we're looking at today is this end, like behind, like right in the foreground of the shot.
Yeah, so if I flick to this one, so if you look down, this is standing in the garden, that low fence coming off the wall of the house, that's the fence that we were just looking at to the left. So this is the area, this Brambley area here would be the area where the annex building would go.
Okay, so you could say that there is a boundary demarcation past the house for the annex. I'm asking the question.
I believe not. I mean, I believe at the moment, looking at that picture, that's going around, just gives some privacy around the patio. There's a wall that comes along, but the access comes right in front of the property itself.
Yeah, at the beginning, and that's fair enough. But like further along, there is a demarcation between the building, the building that we're looking at today, and the property.
Are you able to clarify that? I don't think you can you?
Yeah, it's a question for the applicant. I mean, the fence looks like it's been there for a long time. I don't know what its purpose would have been historically. It's not a boundary fence, it's within the garden. Might be
Okay,
worth
thank you.
clarifying.
Members, any other questions? If not, thank you, and we'll now move on. There is no objector. Move on to Mr. Cullen, the supporter. You have 3 minutes once you start. Remember to use your microphone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. I am the applicant's planning agent speaking in full support of the householder application before you today for the erection of a single-storey ancillary residential annex to number 28 Redwalls Meadow. There has been speculation in the responses received from members of the public and the Town Council that the annex will be a standalone dwelling. This is simply not the case, and echoed by the fact that the proposed annex will contain a single room with ensuite and no additional living area or kitchen facilities. The new residential annex will be incidental to the enjoyment of the existing dwelling house and will be located within the spacious private garden to the east of 28 Redwalls Meadow. To provide reassurance, the applicant welcomes Condition 7, which seeks to restrict the use of the residential annex for nothing more than an ancillary purpose to the residential use of 28 Redwalls Drive. Whilst the residential annex is single-storey in height and set away from neighbouring properties, due to the topography of the site and surrounding area, the proposed building will sit well below the level of the boundary walls and fences, meaning it will be nestled into the existing garden of number 28. There will be no visibility into the gardens or windows of any neighbouring dwellings and no detrimental impact on their daylight, sunlight and privacy afforded to them. Also, parking will be provided to the parent dwelling, which already has ample off-street parking, and this is echoed by the no objection from the Council's highways advisors. The committee report demonstrates that this planning application has been rigorously assessed not only against development plan policy, but also the Council's supplementary planning document that provides helpful guidance on the key features to be expected of a truly ancillary unit. The proposals before you today satisfy these criteria, evidencing that the annex will be reliant on the facilities and floor space provided by the main dwelling in such a way that it could simply not be occupied independently, showing therefore that it will be integral to the main dwelling 28 Redwalls Meadow. In conclusion, the application before you today meets the provisions of all relevant development plan policies and guidance contained within the Council's SPD, and we respectfully request that members uphold the advice of their officers and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Any questions of Mr. Cullen? Councillor Allen.
Hi. Just for some clarification, so the policy guidance shows that independent or rather ancillary buildings like this shouldn't have an independent access, and it looks like this one does. Could you clarify that the footpath coming down from Mount Boone, which looks like it's being created for a gap in the wall, is for the main building and not for the proposed building? Thank you.
So the residential annex will be accessed through the garden of the main dwelling.
Is there access from the road above down to that dwelling?
No, I think that the new additional dwelling in the blue line will have it complete access of its own.
It will have complete access of its own.
Separate access.
Okay.
And I just wanted to, because I was just listening to the debates, where the residential annex is, and there was that discussion about the boundary fence, kind of all on the bottom part is like a wraparound garden terrace part, so it's got quite a large garden at the bottom where they have like all their seating and everything like that, and so there'll be a nice kind of pretty path that will link the annex, so when when they want an extra bedroom space, you can just walk up the path to go into the residential annex. But it's not like I said in the speech, it's just got a bedroom and ensuite, but there's no kind of almost kitchen or anything like that.
No, I appreciate that. I'm thinking more of from access from the road above.
From Mount Doom.
So where there's been a gap made in the stone wall, it looks like there's going to be a path coming down. Will that access into this annex or to the main building? Do you know? Sorry, it's a bit. It's obviously.
Yeah,
It hasn't hit your
all I
radar.
know is that that additional dwelling to the south is completely accessed as a separate independent dwelling, but this obviously is linked to the main house, which is also has its own access that Miss Wilson showed with the gated.
The gate on the side. Right. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? If not, thank you, Mr. Khan. Thank you. And now we'll move on to Dartmouth Town Council. Councillor Rowley.
This plot has been the subject of several planning applications since 2021. The main property was a private house but is now an Airbnb, catering for up to 10 guests. Dartmouth Town Council would like to refer to the Plymouth and South Devon Joint Local Plan, which we think it contravenes. DV 10.4, the proposed annex is a self-contained building with no physical connection and no dependency on the main building. DV 10.6 constitutes overdevelopment and reduces the amenity and garden space to an unacceptable degree. DEV 20, the proposed development is at odds with the local built environment in terms of scale and siting of the development and general design of the surrounding properties. DEV 21, the plot has a boundary with Mount Boone that includes an historic stone wall which has already been partly demolished to accommodate a double gate which is fitted there to provide access. DEV 23, the diminished garden area will fail to minimise the scale of the proposed built environment. DEV 25, the proposal gives insufficient weight to the negative impact it will have on the scenic beauty of the national landscape and fails to maintain the local individuality of the area. In terms of the Dartmouth Neighbourhood Plan, DNP GE1 and DNP TE3, comments as for DEV 20, 21, 23 and 25. DNPH4, the Dartmouth Neighbourhood Plan states that new open market housing will only be supported where there is a restriction to ensure occupancy as a principal residence. DNPTE1, subdivision of existing plots will only be supported where certain conditions are met. This application, we believe, fails to meet conditions A, C, D, E and G. DNPTE2 retains and protects existing stone walls. As for DEV21, they've already demolished part of it. DNPST2, all proposals which are likely to generate an increase in on-street car, trailer and boat parking will be resisted unless designed as part of an overall parking strategy within the development. DNPST2D, new residential development must ensure there's no increase in on-street parking. So in summary, the opinion of Dartmouth Town Council, this proposed planning application creates a harmful and visually poor intrusion which is inconsistent with the quality of the surrounding area and built environment. It will not contribute positively to the townscape and fails to respect local distinctiveness. In addition, it introduces an undesirable pattern of development that is a contravention of both the Plymouth and South Devon Joint Local Plan and Dartmouth Neighbourhood Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowley. Any questions? Councillor Allen.
Hi. So a similar question to the one I asked the gentleman before. On the road above Mount Boone, you mentioned that the part of the wall had been demolished.
It has, and there's a double gate, a wooden double gate being placed in there
Does that
to give
have
access to
planning?
the top of the site.
Do you happen to know if that's got planning permission or not?
No, I believe it didn't.
So that's a historic wall.
That's a historic wall. It doesn't. That photograph there doesn't show the gate. There is a gate in there now, a double gate.
Right.
The wall has been partly demolished without planning permission, and that double gate installed.
So that double gate will lead down through the garden but via a path to this potential new build.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Abbott.
Hi, thank you. Just to pursue that a bit more, please. The I can well imagine that the Google Street View image is out of date, and they're not going to come round, unfortunately, too often for us. When you say the wall is historic, is it just old?
It's an old stone wall.
It's an old stone
but
wall.
I would point out in the Dartmouth neighbourhood plan, it does state that in that particular clause that old stone walls should be preserved where practical.
So is there, if it wasn't in the planning permission, are you pursuing for that previous house, which is the end? This is the entrance to the one in the blue line. Are you pursuing enforcement over that change?
I believe there was there has been one of the objections states that they have requested enforcement, but it's been ignored.
Okay, just though it's hard to see that there's nothing on the plans which connects that entrance to the house, which is on the southern part of the diagram, to the new proposed annex. So you're asserting that there's a connection, but it's not on the plan at all.
That part of the wall has been demolished, and there's a double wooden gate.
Yeah, no, we're not in disagreement over that.
Okay.
So I'm accepting that I have no problem with that entrance exists, and it goes into that area for the southern house within the blue line.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm need convincing about at the moment is that there's any footpath connection across the red line to the new building. That
I believe that's where the gate is. That it
No.
crosses onto that.
No.
That's what I'm confused about. So
no.
Can I
Keep
just
going,
sorry. Can I just keep going? So where the blue line and the red line join on Mount Boone, where there is a kind of cutout, there's a dog leg there. Ooh, what's there? Is that where the gate is?
There is a pedestrian alleyway at the back of all of those properties that is gated at both ends.
So there's access down to. I see.
Yes. So that might be confusing you.
Yes.
Because there have been some, if I may say so, there have been some arguments with the Old Dartmouthian Association about whether that should have been a public right of way.
Councillor
And I
Rowley,
think that's settled.
I think Mr. Weimer can provide some clarification.
Well, I don't know if I can provide clarification because I haven't been to the site personally, but the planning permission for the house that has not been implemented yet, or as far as I can see hasn't been implemented yet, does provide for an access from Mount Boone through that wall. So what I'm not sure about is whether the and it's shown on the you can see it on the plan. If you look at the top of the blue line, there's an arrow through the wall that then provides a gate either side. If that's the opening in the wall we're talking about, that has been granted planning permission through the planning via the planning permission for that. So to say if it's that opening, to say it hasn't got planning permission would be incorrect from what I've seen here. No,
Sorry, you can't. Sorry. Members, any other questions? Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, I hear a lot of the objections, and they're a bit mind-boggling, really, because there seem to be quite a few of them, and I'm struggling to work out which ones to really take on board. So, if I try to do that, let me ask, if I can, about the standalone nature of this property. It doesn't have, as far as I can see, a kitchen.
No.
It doesn't have a living room. How are you claiming then that it's not ancillary to the main building? Because normally people would want that, wouldn't they?
Well, the original building, the main building, is an Airbnb for 10 people now. There's nobody actually living in there permanently. The annex, we believe, will be an annex to that Airbnb, and all it will need is a kitchenette putting in there, and it's completely separate. Now that's going to be added.
Councillor Rowley, can I just say that's all subjective. What we're looking at is the application that is actually before us today.
Yeah.
So whatever you believe can't be considered by members today.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, okay, let me try and ask then on the other points, which I think I'm more worried about, which is to do with the massing and scale. I mean, Google is amazing. I've just looked at the Google mapping software. This garden is actually quite small, I think, compared to the size of the house. Is your main concern, or is one of the main concerns, the size of this building compared to the garden and the size of the house? Is that because it's like 8 meters by 5? Is that one of the things that you're mentioning here, really?
It is in terms of the scale, and certainly some of the other objectives that that you will have read are saying similar.
Thank you.
You'll very rarely hear this from me, members, and this is probably the first time with this committee. We're hearing a number of things. We're hearing members with apologies, Councillor Bonham. I think Councillor Bonham's having some difficulty in assessing what is the actual harm, because we're relying on Google, and there's issues around where exactly is the gap in the wall. Is it the one that's got permission? Is it a different one? Is this a site that we've got this far, but is this a site members need to go and have a look at? Because I don't know whether it appears to be not a flat garden, so it's quite difficult from plans to assess usable amenity space. I'm not knocking I'm not going against the officer recommendation, but I get the sense that members are struggling to visualise how this will fit and what would be there. And is this something you want to consider actually going and having a site visit for?
Members, it's been put out there to you. Councillor Allen.
In order to do this justice, maybe we should do. I'd agree to it.
Do I have a seconder for that?
I'd second that because it's quite confusing to get a real grip on this, actually.
Thank you. I have a proposer and seconder that requires a site visit. Therefore, this would mean that this is deferred until the next committee meeting. We have a proposer and seconder. Can I have a show of hands for a deferral for a site visit? Can I have a show of hands, please, for deferral? Those against? Abstentions? Thank you, members.
What's 3-2?
3-2. So it is deferred by 3 votes to 2 with abstentions. So therefore this will be deferred for a site visit and will come back to the next DMC committee. Ladies and gentlemen, with that deferral, that concludes our business. Councillor Rowley, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry I garbled it, but I had to get a lot through in the 3 minutes.
No, you didn't garble. You took us through it quite clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And this is now deferred until the next committee with a site visit. And that concludes our committee business for today. Thank you, everybody.